Hello everyone and welcome to SimpliCode's YouTube channel. Today we'll be taking you through the HTML full course. This course will cover all the essential HTML concepts and provides you with a lot of hands-on examples as well. By the end of this tutorial, you'll be able to implement HTML in different ways. So we'll start this video with an introduction to HTML in 10 minutes. Then we'll discuss HTML classes and IDs and dropdowns in HTML. Following that, we'll discuss content boxes and HTML image slider. We'll further move on to the HTML navigation bar, registration form, and HTML quiz using HTML. After all this, we'll combine all the concepts and design a fully functional website. Then we'll end this video with the web developer roadmap and how you can achieve the target of becoming a front-end web developer. So before we begin, let me tell you guys that we have regular updates on programming videos. So if you are a programmer and wants to learn something, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and press that bell icon to never miss any updates from SimpliCode. So without any further delay, let's get started.
Now, what exactly is the basic web architecture? Now, web architecture is made up of three essential elements. That's the website, that is the front end of a web application that is visible to the user. Then there is the server, which constitutes the back end of a web application and holds and manages all the data. And finally, there's the IP address, that is the address assigned to a website in order to be accessible on the internet. First up, let's have a look at what website is. So your browser starts by loading the main HTML file and then the CSS and JavaScript. The user interacts with the website and is not concerned with the backend of an application. Now secondly, we have the server. Once you've developed your website, you'll have to host it on your server to make it accessible on the internet. Server, along with the database, contains all the data of a website and facilitates user interaction. Lastly, there's IP address, which is the third element of the web architecture. Now, website is hosted on an IP address. We put a domain name over that IP address the same way we put names over people's phone numbers. When you type a domain name in the browser, it will give you the server call. The server will then send over the website to you. Next, what is HTML? HTML is the most widely used markup language for developing and structuring web pages on the internet. It defines the structure of websites and formats these web pages. So what exactly is CSS then? Now CSS is a simple design language used for making web pages look more beautiful and presentable. It can be attached to any HTML element to style it or even position it according to the developer's choice. Then you must be wondering, what exactly is JavaScript? Now, JavaScript is a powerful interpreted language targeted for web development. It is used for making web pages interactive and bringing the web pages to life. So now let's create your first website. Now, HTML, short for HyperText Markup Language, is the coding standard for documents designed for web browsers consisting of a series of elements or tags and which can be used to structure a web page, right? So these elements can include headings, paragraphs, div containers, tables, and more. HTML tags are nested, meaning there are opening and closing tags with the content in between those tags. So now let's write a simple HTML code that will help you understand the basics of the language. So for this, I'm using the text editor, that is Visual Studio Code. You can go ahead and download this text editor from their official website. So here I've created a simple .html file in my VS Code and I've added the initial HTML files. Now let me explain to you one by one. Now doc type is not so much of a tag, but it is more of an instruction. Now this indicates the browser that the document type to be served to the user is in fact an HTML document. Now this doc type instruction should always be included at the very top of your HTML page. Next up, you have the HTML tag that is used to contain all the web page's HTML code, right? So it contains an opening and closing tag with contents in between them. The HTML tag can also have attributes Now, for example, there's the lang attribute allowing you to specify the spoken language of the contents of the page. Followed by the HTML tag, there's the head tag. Now, this is the first section of the code that contains all of the information about the web page's properties, links, and more. It could have page's title, description, additional meta tags, and CSS code. So here I've used the title tag, and let's give a title, say HTML in 10 minutes. Alright. You can also add CSS to the head tag by using the style tag and change the display styles of HTML elements that are being used. The next section is the body tag. Now, the body tag contains all the displayable contents of your web page, including headings, paragraphs, div containers, tables, and more. Now, the HTML header tags are used to add headings to a web page. There are several types of headings available for developers to add to a web page, right? So first up, let's have a look at them. I'm going to create a simple h1 heading tag, and the message I'm displaying is, this is the first heading. Alright. After this, I'm going to add a paragraph tag which creates padding in the top and bottom of the element to help separate the text between each paragraph. Right? So I'm going to add a p tag and say, this is the paragraph tag. After this, let me add a simple h2 tag, which is another heading tag, and say this is the second heading. Now you can also add line breaks, which are helpful from time to time. If you want to provide a single line break in your content, you can do so by adding the br tag. So here, let me just add one for better understanding. Now the HTML div tag defines a division or a section in an HTML document that is used as a container for other HTML elements. Now these elements can include content areas, sidebars, page bars, page headers, footers, etc. This tag is used to apply styles to HTML elements that cannot be added otherwise. We can also make use of the HTML image tag to add images to a web page. Now these images in a web page are a very common sight, and they can make the website look more attractive. So for that, we can use the image tag. So say img, within which I mention the source. I'm adding the HTML logo, so let me just mention that here. And then I'm going to provide width for it and then a specific height. Alright, so when you save the file and when you look at the browser, you can see that the first heading is displayed, then your paragraph tag is displayed, followed by the second heading and then the image. Now let me show you how you can add styles for some of these headings and paragraph tags. So here back in my first heading tag, let me just say styles, and let me change the font of the content that is being displayed, and I'm going to change it to Career New. And for my paragraph tag, let me display the content in italics, so I'll say font style and make it italics. So let me save this, and when I look at the browser, you can see that the font has changed and so has the font style here. So now we've covered a few important HTML tags used to develop a web page. Now there are many other tags available for almost everything you'd want to add to a web page. Now all of these are available on the internet for you, and you can use them in your website.
In this tutorial, we are going to learn about the classes and ID in the HTML and how to use them. So, what is an HTML class? An HTML class attribute is used to specify a single or multiple class names for an HTML element. The class name can be used by CSS and JavaScript to do some tasks for HTML elements. You can also use this class in the CSS with a specific class with a period character followed by the name of the class for selecting elements. So let's jump onto the demo to understand the classes and ID better. So we are on our Sublime text editor. Let's add the standard boilerplate of HTML. We'll give the title as classes an ID in HTML. Let's start with a basic example. We'll see how to define an HTML class. So inside the body tag, we'll add one h1 and we'll give this a class name of head1. We'll add some text here. This is the heading 1. Now you can copy this part because we'll need it enough for the lines. So for the h2, this will be the heading 2. For h3, this will be heading 3. And let's add one more h4. This is the heading 4. So as you can see, we have used the same class name in all our h1, h2, h3 and h4. So if you save the file and go to the page and refresh, you'll see the headings are there on the page. This is the heading 1, heading 2, heading 3 and heading 4. Now let's learn how we can use this class name for our styling purpose. So we'll open the style tag here and you will mention the class name by period followed by the class name. So head1, open the parenthesis and let's set the color to light cyan. And we'll set the font family to set to it cursive. Keep the background color to black. Okay, so you can see we have mentioned the class name dot head1 for our styling purposes, and we have given the color, font family and background color for it. So just save the file and go back. Refresh. Now you can see we have designed this h1, h2, h3 and h4 using a class tag. Now let's use another example with a different class name. So here only we'll make the changes. Let's name this class as h2, this h3 and let it be h4. Now you can style them separately. For the head2, we can set the color to say light pink and we can set the font background color to red. Okay. Now similarly for the h3 dot head3, set the color to I don't know what color this is, let's say Puchisa, and set the background color to let's say blue. Okay, save the file and go back to the page. Now you can see we have designed our h1, h2, h3 and h4 using the different class name. This is the example of using the multiple classes on the same code. One thing you should note that these class names must be separated by the space. There are a few points you should know while working with the class. So the first one will be the class attribute can be used on any HTML element. Like any HTML element can have a class name. The second point will be the class name is a case sensitive. Head1, and if we change here to say, we'll keep this H as capital. So this will be wrong. The style won't be implemented on the page. Now if you refresh, you can see the style is not implemented. So the class names are case sensitive. Let's change this back. Refresh, and now you can see our design is back. So this was all about HTML classes. Now let's move on to the ID attribute. So the HTML ID attribute is used to specify the unique ID for an element of the HTML document. It allocates the unique identifier which is used by the CSS and the JavaScript for performing certain tasks. In cascading style sheet, that is CSS, we mention an element with a specific ID by using the hash symbol followed by the ID. So let's work on an example to understand this better. So we'll use the same previous example. We'll mention the h1 and this time we'll use the ID. So ID, and we'll name it as head1. This is the first heading. For h2 also, we'll mention the ID name as head1 only. Head1. This is the second heading. Now to style the heading, we'll go back here, we'll open the style tag, and we'll use the hash symbol to mention the ID. So hash head1, open the parenthesis, we'll set the color to light green, we'll set the font family to cursive, and we'll set the background color to black. Okay, now save the file and go back and refresh. So you can see this works in a similar manner to the class, apart from it that we use the hash symbol to mention the ID name. So now let's change the example and use the different ID names for different h1s. So this can be h1, this can be h2. Let's add one more. We'll name it as ID head3. Okay, so we'll style the head2. We'll set the color to red. For head3, we'll set the color to yellow. Let's use green yellow. Okay, save the file, go back and refresh. Now you can see we have the different style for different IDs. So in this way you can use the different IDs to design your HTML page. In this tutorial we are going to learn how you can create a drop down in your navbars using just HTML and CSS. So we are on our Sublime text editor. I have the .html and .css file ready. So let's start by adding the standard boilerplate. Let's give it a title. Link your CSS file to the HTML file. Now inside the body, I'll add the ULs. We have added this hash so that when you click on this home button, it won't redirect you to anywhere. So just save the file and we'll go back to our page. So you can see we have this home here. Okay, so let's add some more. So just copy paste this. And we'll name this section about. Now inside this about, I'll require some submenus. So inside this, I'll open another UL tag. We'll add sections such as theme, clients, career, and legacy. And we'll close the li tag here. Okay, now save the file and go back here and refresh. Now we'll add some more. So here we'll add the li for contact. Okay, so inside this contacts, I'll add the submenus. So UL, and I'll copy this code and I'll edit it here. Okay, so inside the contacts, I'll need email, phone, let's say Twitter, and this will be my LinkedIn. Okay, now we'll add some more sections. We'll name this services. And this one will be my news. Okay, so this looks fine. A little bit of alignment. Yeah. So you can see we have this home, about, contact, services, and news. And inside this we have the submenus. Okay, we have forgot to add here hash inside these attributes. Just mention hash everywhere. Okay, save the file, go back and refresh. Okay, so you can see we have this HTML ready. Now let's go back to the CSS and design these drop downs. So first, inside our HTML, we'll select the body tag. We'll add one background image, so just the background looks more attractive. So I have one image file saved, so I'll JPG. So save, go back and refresh. Yeah, you can see we have this black thing. We'll shrink this image. So we'll keep the background size to cover, and we'll keep the font family to Arial. Yeah, okay. So for the UL tag, we'll keep the margin to 0. We'll keep the padding to 0 as well, and we'll set the list style to none. Okay, now we'll design the UL li part. So we'll keep the float to left, width will set to 200 pixels. We'll set the height to say 40 pixels. We'll keep the background color to something darker, say dark blue. Keep it dark gray. Okay. Keep the opacity to 0.9. Line height 40 pixels. Keep the text aligned to center and font size to 20 pixels. Save the file, go back and refresh. Okay, you see we have the background image in the place, we have this snap bar in the place, and all the drop downs are here. Okay. Now it's time to design UL, LI and A. So for this we'll keep the text decoration to none. Color let's keep white. And we'll set the display to block. Save the file and go back. Now we'll add the hover effects for this drop downs. Okay. So UL, LI, A.hover. We'll keep the background color for the hover to say any color you can select. Let's select light salmon. Save. Let's see how it looks on the page. Refresh. Yeah, it's look good. Now the final part of this requires this to shrink inside. Just when you hover over this, so the drop downs will appear. Okay. So we'll set this UL LI to display none. And we'll add the hover effect over LI. So that when we hover, the drop down appears. Save, go back and refresh. Now you can see all the drop downs are inside this. When you hover over it, the drop downs appear. Okay, so this is all about the drop downs menu in HTML. As you saw that we can create the beautiful drop downs just by using the HTML and CSS. Nothing fancy. In this video, we are going to create the content boxes which are used in web pages for various purposes. So let's see an example of what we are going to create. So in this video, we are going to create something like this. This is the content box with the icon and the description of the content box. The icons here used is from the font Awesome CDN. So let's start creating. So I have my two files open, which is HTML and CSS. Let's add the standard boilerplate. We'll add the content boxes in HTML as the title. Let's link our CSS file. Now inside the body, let's add a div class container. Inside the div class container, I'll create another div box. I will require 3 such boxes, so we'll copy paste this 3 times. On the style sheet, let's set the margin to 0 and padding also to 0. We'll set the font family to sans serif. Now for the container class, we'll set the position to relative and we'll set the width to 1200 pixels, which is the whole width of the content box. We'll set the height to 300 pixels and we'll set the margin to 240 pixels and auto. For the boxes inside the container, we'll add the position relative and we'll set the width to 100. Let me explain you what this is. This CSS type function is used to perform a calculation to be used as the property value. This is specifically used for the width of the div classes. It requires a mathematical expression. The result will be used as a value. So we'll be using a lot of this calc function here in this code. We'll set the height to 300 pixels minus 30 pixels. One property of calc function is that it takes single expression as its parameter. The expression can be any simple expression combining the following operators: plus, that is addition, minus, that is subtraction, multiplication, and division. We'll set the background to #000. We'll set it to float left and we'll specify the margin to 15 pixels. We'll set the box sizing to border box. Overflow will be hidden and border radius, let's set it to 10 pixels. Just save the file and let's go back to the page to see how it currently looks. So you can see our boxes are in the proper places. We have the background black with the proper margin between them. Okay, so we have the structure. Let's code more. Now we need the icon. For that, we'll require an icon from the Font Awesome CDN. So we'll add the Font Awesome CDN to our page. So we'll search Font Awesome CDN 4.7.0. We are using the older version because it is more stable. So go to this Font Awesome libraries. Here, select the version and copy the link tag. Go back to the page and add it here. Delete this integrity part. Now, here inside this class box, add one div which will be named class icon, and inside here we'll add the link of the icon. So search here Font Awesome icon 4.7. Go to the first one. Here you can search any icon you want. Let me search for, say, information. So I'll go to the information and I'll copy this. Go back to the code and add it here. Now inside this I'll create another div which will be used for content. So we'll name it class content. And inside this I'll add one h3 info, and inside it I'll add some text. Copy this much from here to here. Now delete this whole part and put it inside p tag. So inside the p tag, add them. Yeah. So let's go back to the file and see how it looks right now. Okay, so you cannot see the icon here because it is black. Let's try to change the color here so that you can see the icon. So let's set it to FF0. Okay, so you can see I have the icon in place. This is the text that we have added to this content box. Now let's style this content box first. Set it back to 000. Now container.box.icon. We'll set the position to absolute. We'll set the top to 0, left to 0, and we'll set the width to 100%. We'll set the height also to 100%. Background will be #F00. We'll set the transition to 0.5 seconds, and we'll keep the Z index as 1 so that the icon will be visible. Okay, refresh. Yeah, you can see the icon here. Okay, now let's add the hover effect on that. So container.box.hover icon. We'll set the top to 20 pixels. We'll calculate the left to 50% minus 40 pixels. Width 80 pixels. Height keep it to 80 pixels as well. And let's set the border radius to 50%. Okay, so now that we have repeat. So now that we have added the hover effect, let's save and go back to the page. Now let's design the icon. So container.box.icon.fa. Also, we set the position to absolute. Top will be 50%, left 50%, transform, let's translate it to minus 50%, and keep the font size to 80 pixels, transition 0.5 seconds, and we'll set the color to save the file, and let's go back to the page. Yeah, so you can see our icon has now bigger size, and with the hover effect it shrinks for text to be visible. Okay, now we need to add the hover effect to the icon so that the font size increases. For that, we'll add container box.hover, and we'll keep the font size to 40 pixels. Okay. Now it's time to design the content inside the container box. So we'll set container dot box dot content. All the positions are absolute. We'll set the top to 100% so that when the icon shrinks, the whole text will be visible to the text box. We'll set the height to, we'll calculate it 100% minus 100 pixels. Text align center. Keep the padding to 20 pixels for proper spacing. Box sizing as border box. Transition to 0.5 seconds. And we'll keep the opacity to 0. Okay. Save the file and let's go back. Yeah. Now you can see the icons are in the center of the shrinking circle. Now let's add the hover effect. Now when you set the opacity to 1, now the text okay, we have not designed yet H3 and P, so let's start designing it. So container dot box dot content H3. Pixels. Keep the padding to 0. Color and let's keep the font size to 24 pixels. Now you will see the text will be visible inside the box. So refresh. Yeah, you can see this is the heading of our this content box info. Now similarly, let's style the paragraph tag. So container dot box dot content P. Margin will be 0. Padding will be also 0. And color will be FFF as usual. Save. Yep, we are almost there. Now we will design these two boxes with some spacing and effects over here. Now inside this delete them. We'll copy paste the above code here. Yeah. So copy from here, div class container. We'll change the icon classes here. So for this, let's keep search as ARCH. Instead of copying the class by going back to the font CDN, we can directly add the class search here if you know the name of the class. And here we can add location. So the class name for location is map marker. Save the file and let's go back. Yeah, now you can see these things are here with the good content box. When you hover over this box, this whole thing shrinks and you can see the text visible. Now we'll add some styles, we'll change the color and we'll add one background here so that when this shrinks, the background color of the black changes. Okay, so we'll go back to our code. So to change the color of the box, we'll add here dot container dot box and we'll use the nth child property. So nth child 1 because of first box dot icon. So we'll keep its background to pink. Okay, and dot container box nth child 1. Its color will be, when it shrinks, let's keep it to orange. Yeah. So save the file, go back and refresh. Okay, so you can see we have the icons in places, and when you go click on here, so the hover effect shrinks this, and this is the pink in color. We have the background orange with some text here. You can see smooth transitions. So this is all for the content boxes in HTML. You can use different icons here using this font as awesome icon. There are several icons here, you can use any of them. Just make sure that the padding and the text are aligned in the proper places. In this video, we learn how you can create a beautiful HTML slider by using just HTML and CSS and a little bit of JavaScript. Our image slider will look something like this. We have the background image and these images that I have taken for example purpose. We have these radio buttons, and we click on the radio buttons, we can go through our images one by one. Also, the images will change automatically after some time, as you can see. So let's see how we can create this image slider. So here on the desktop, I have created one file where I have the required images and an HTML and CSS file. So first, in the HTML file, let's add our radio buttons. So we'll create one div and name it a div class slider. Inside this div, I'll create another div which will be named as div class slides. Inside this div class slides, we'll add the radio buttons. So input, the input type will be radio, and let's give this name radio button, and we'll tag them with ID radio 1. So as you can see, we'll need 4 buttons here, so we'll add 4 radio buttons here. So just copy paste this 4 times. Here, change the ID to radio 2, radio 3 and radio 4. So we can distinguish between the 4 radio buttons. So after the creating of radio buttons, we'll add our required images. So we'll create another div and name it class slide first. Inside this div, I'll create an image tag and specify the path of the image. In a similar manner, we'll create a 4 div tags for 4 images. So just we'll do it swiftly. Another div with class name slide. Inside this image 2.jpg. So just save the file and let's recheck our code. We have the radio buttons, we have the images. So let's just go back to our file and see how it looks. So if we refresh, we'll see we have the 4 radio buttons here and some distorted images. So let's just fix these images in the CSS. So inside our CSS file, we'll add the body and we'll set the margin to 0 pixels, padding to 0. We'll set the height to say 100 verticals height. We'll set the display to flex. We'll justify the content to center. We'll set the align items to center. And we'll set the background to black. So just refresh this file. So we still need to fix these images. So just set the slider width to 800 pixels. Okay, there's an error. We'll set this width, not windows. We'll set the height to 500 pixels. We'll set the border radius to 10 pixels. And overflow we'll keep as hidden. For the slides part, we'll set the width to 500%, height to 500 pixels, and display to flex. So let's save the file and see how it looks on the page. So yeah, you can see the image is now in a proper size. We have to fix this radio button. We have the background black. So let's fix these things. So for the slides input. Okay, before styling this, let's add some more HTML content here. So after adding on the image, we have to create the automatic navigation button and the manual navigation button. So after this div add another div, the class name navigation auto, let's say, and inside this navigation auto we'll add div class auto button 1. We need the 4 buttons, so we'll copy it 4 times. And this will be my button 2, this will be button 3, and this will be button 4. Outside this div, we'll create another div which will be for the manual navigation button. So we'll name this navigation. Make sure you spell it right. Navigation manual. And inside this div, we'll add our radio buttons, which will be manual. We'll name it class manual button, MAN. We'll need the 4 buttons, so we'll copy it 4 times. We'll change the label to radio 2, radio 3, and radio 4. So I think this will work enough. So here we have the navigation. Okay, we have a spelling mistake here. Div class and navigation manual. Just a class here. So let's recheck our code. It's a good practice to recheck your code so that you don't encounter any error. So okay, we have a div class slider here. And inside the div class slider, we have the 4 radio buttons, radio 1, 2, 3, 4. We have added our images inside the div tags with the name slide. Okay, we have created a navigation auto with the 4 buttons and navigation manual with the 4 buttons. Okay, so let's save the file and go back and refresh it to see how it looks. Okay, we have to add some CSS here. So inside the slides input, we set the display to none. For the dot slide, we'll set the width to 20%. And we'll set the transition to 2 seconds. Now we'll add a style for image. We'll set the width to 800 pixels and we'll set the height to say 500 pixels. Okay, so let's save the file and let's go back to see how it looks right now. Okay, so you can see the images are properly aligned here. We have to style our radio buttons for here. So let's go back to our CSS. Now the code we are going to write here will be for the manual slide navigation. So just add here comment manual slide navigation. So that repeat so that we will remember the code. So we'll add the first class navigation manual. We'll set the position to absolute. We'll set the width to 800 pixels. We'll not have the height here, we'll set the margin. So the margin top will be minus 40 pixels. And display will keep it as flex. And the justify content will be center. So let's just save and go back to the page to see how it looks right now. Okay, the images are in the center. You can see. Now, we cannot see our radio buttons just as now. We have to add some color to it so that the radio buttons will be visible. So we'll go back to our CSS. We'll add the manual button. We'll set the border to say 3 pixels, solid and red. You can take any color you want. We'll set the padding to 5 pixels. We'll set the border radius to say 9 pixels. We set the cursor to pointer so that when you hover over buttons, the cursor will look as a pointer. And we'll set the transition to 1 second. Save, go back and refresh. So now you can see the buttons are here, not properly spaced, but yeah, they are here. So let's add the spacing and everything else. So we'll set the manual button. We'll set the margin right to 40 pixels. Now it's time to add the hover effect. So for the manual button, the hover will be say background with the color blue. So just save the file and go back and refresh. Yeah, so you can see our manual buttons are in place. When you hover over it, you can see the blue effect, and when you click, nothing happens right now because we don't have any JavaScript to respond to this radio button. We'll add them in the end. First, let's design these buttons. So this was for the manual button. Now we'll add one code which will be used when we want to select the radio button by default. So let's understand how those radio buttons work in this file. So the radio buttons will be used where 2 or more options are identified which are mutually exclusive and the user has to choose exactly one choice. In other words, clicking on a non-selected radio button will erase any other button that was selected on the list previously. Radio buttons include lower cognitive load as they permanently keep all the options visible such that users can easily analyze them. Radio buttons are also simpler to use for users who have difficulty in making effective mouse movements. So we'll add hash radio dot check. So the sign that we have added here is now a sibling combinator. It combines two sequences of simple selectors having the same parent, and the second must come immediately after the first. So we'll add dot first, and for this we'll set the margin left to 0. Okay, so this will be radio 1, the label that we have added in our manual buttons. We'll need 4 such buttons, so we'll copy this 4 times, 1, 2, 3 and 4. This will be my for radio button 2, and we'll set the margin left here to minus 20 pixels. For radio button 3, we'll set it to say minus 40 pixels. Don't forget to add pixels. And for the last button, we'll set it to minus 60 pixels. So all this code was for the manual navigation button. Now let's design for automatic navigation button. So we'll open dot navigation. We'll set the position to absolute. We'll set the display to flex. We'll set the width to 800 pixels. We'll justify the content to the center. And we'll set the margin top to say 460 pixels or 450 pixels. Let's set 460 pixels. Now, so I'll add the style to navigation auto div. So navigation auto div. Then set the border to same border that we have used here. It will be 3 pixels solid red. Make sure you keep this 3 pixels solid red in both the navigation auto and navigation manual, because if you change the color here, you will see the 2 manual buttons there. So for just example, let's change this to green. So when you save and go back and refresh, yeah, you can see the 2 buttons here. This is green and this is red. So if there are 2 colors, both the buttons will overlap, will not look good. So we'll just keep it here red. We'll set the padding to 5 pixels. And we'll set the border radius to 9 pixels. And we'll set the transition to 1 second. Now same code as here which I added for checking of the radio buttons. So we'll just copy this whole code and paste it here. We'll have to tweak some things here. So the class was navigation.auto. So we'll add here navigation auto dot auto button 1. We'll set here some background. So we'll delete this code. Background, let's say any color, pink. So copy this code, Control C, delete this whole thing, Control V, and just change the radio button here. This will be radio button 2. This will be 3. And this will be 4. Now we have all the designing in place. Let's go back to the code and refresh. So now you'll see everything is in place. The background is black. The image is perfectly aligned. We have this button. So let's click. So when you click, you see the images slides. This is the fourth image, third, second, and first. So your beautiful image slider is ready. All that now is left is to add the JavaScript code for this image slider to function in an automatic manner. So now we'll go back to this HTML5. And below this div tag, we'll open one script tag. And inside this script tag, we'll create one variable named counter. We'll set it to 1. We'll create one function, set interval. So what this part specifically does is we have created one variable named counter, and it will check against the ID that we have created as radio. When the radio button is checked and it encounters, the counter will be plus plus, that counter will increase by 1. So after the counter has reached the 4, so it will get back to the starting point, that is 1. So the whole point of this code is to make the images slide in a loop. So just save and go back. Now when you refresh, you will see the images will move after some time. Specifically 2 seconds. Now when the images reach the last stage, it goes back to the first. You can also change it by clicking here manually.
When we talk about HTML-based development, so in HTML-based development, navigation is very important, where you have multiple pages attached to, so that when you click on this page or click on any hyperlink, it will take you to the new page now, so that you can move back and forth. So this navigation is very essential part of any web development, so that you can offer the navigation. So this simple application of HTML, we would like to start from scratch. So let's go and create a new folder now and give the name called navigation. And inside this navigation, we want to create some new pages. So here I'm going to create index.html. The CSS name will be app.css, and along with this, we would like to also create some new folder. Inside this, I'll keep all the navigation files inside this. So I can say pages. Inside this pages, let me have total number of 3 pages with me. One is called about.html. Then we create contact.html. Then we create one more, that is called services.html. So these 3 links, we will create it one by one. But first, let's start with the index.html. So what's there in my index.html file? So first thing, I would like to start with my same HTML syntax here. Well, this is my basic construct. So I will start with my link rel from here, so that I can have my style sheet with me. Link rel equal to style sheet, href equal to app.css. Though I have not written anything, but I just left it as a blank. In my body tag, I would start with navigation. So HTML5 brought you some new tags known as called a nav tag, which is once again won't change anything drastically in your browser. However, they are called semantics, which will help you for the SEO, that stands for search engine optimization. So I'll start with my nav. Inside my nav, I will start with my div. I'll say navigation bar. So, but before that, I say class equal to heading. This is my div tag, and inside my div tag, I want to bring my heading. So I say h4, and I say navigation bar. And after the div tag, I will start with my UL tag, which is the unordered list. Inside my unordered list, I can set li, that stands for list items, and I can offer lot many links inside this. So UL, I just offer the class equal to nav hyphen links, and inside this my li tag, I say a, which is the anchor tag. So a link href equal to, now here I offer the name, I say index.html, and that's it, and this will be by default active. So we say class equal to active. A class equal to active and href equal to index.html file, and here we offer home for home page. I'll copy this line and paste it for other 3 URLs. So here the active won't be there. Instead we say href equal to the location called pages. Under this pages we say about.html, and here we say about. Okay, copy this, paste it, and a part of this about we always say services.html, and here we say services. Inside this we offer contact. Okay, and once the nav tag is over, I will offer the div class equal to, just give the name body hyphen text, I just say h1 tag inside this, and this is the home page. That's it. So that's my home page which is ready with me, and along with this, whichever the other pages are also available, those pages I also want to use. So first of all, let me check how this page looks like in. Well, it looks like a pretty basic page. So once this page is ready, what I will do is, here I copy the content and pasted it here and about, and let's see what's there in my about. See, few things will change. Number one, here this app.css, now here we have to just use dot. There's an app.css for me, so we have to offer some title too. So after this link rel, we offer title. This title I can say about. Okay, so rest everything is fine. So h4 navigation bar, nav links. Here I have to offer the links for my base HTML page. So when I talk about index.html file, okay, it won't come, so index.html file. So I won't say it is an active anymore. I just remove this line. Class equal to active is just a normal href, but about would be active in this case. So a class equal to active, href this, services contact is as usual same, but I would not be having any pages anymore because we are in the same location, that's why. And here I say this is a about, this is the about page, so that's it. I'll go back and check if it's all fine. Home is active right now. About, you can see it is an about page right now. The about page is just appear as it is saying. Contents are more or less looks like and same, that is why you are able to see. Now just like that, I will just go back and copy the others. Now here app CSS, navigation bar, active, it is in contact, so I will make contact as an active. So index.html file remains same. This is contact page. So that's how it is. And we will say about my other properties, which is my services. We copy it. Sorry. Copy this contact. And here I will be activating my service in this case. So class equal to active. I remove it from here, make it available here. This is service page, navigation, index, pages, about, active. Yeah, all looks good. Heading, about. Okay, here I change service. This I change to contact. So looks fine. Let's see. Okay, service, contact, about. So for about we need to check where we need to go. So we have got pages, about.html pages also there. So all there. So we will like to see how the about page will be activated here. So index.html file also contains an about. So here when I refresh, well, we will call index.html page. Talk about call about. Where is an about page now? Services. So like this, it is happening for you. Okay, so that's how exactly my thing is. So we're all good, and services, contact, home, all good. Well, my page is now ready, and going forward we would like to beautify my pages by offering the CSS. Well, let's get started with our CSS file. So in my CSS file, I will start with my common properties, which is margin. I'm saying 0 pixel, followed by padding. I'm making it a 0 pixel again. Again, we want box sizing. This I say border hyphen box. Okay. Well, going forward, this is my standard settings for all different type of properties. Now I want the other properties to be get introduced, that is called box body text dot body hyphen text. Inside this body text, I set display flex. Now when I see where the body text is available, I go to my index.html file. Body text is available here, div class. So here in my CSS file, I can say body text display flex. I say font family. Font family, I can give anything. Just giving called mont, serif, sans serif. These two we are offering it. Later on, align items, NL item center, followed by justify content. We're making it center, then margin top, to 50 pixels. These are the properties are there. Followed by, okay, first let's check what is an effect. Here, see, it looks better now. Now we would like to go ahead with the nav. I already have this nav with me. Nav, display, flex, then justify content, space around, followed by align item. Align items I want to make center, and then we want to say min height. So we say min hyphen, okay, so min height we are giving 8vh, followed by background color, just set teal, same color, and same font family. We just copy this font family and make it available here. Well, let's check. There we go. So navbar looks awesome, but I still feel the links needs to be justified. We want to make it even more better. But before that, I offer the nav links. So here I say nav links. So dot nav hyphen links. This nav links will have display flex, display flex, and then justify content that I want to make it space around again, followed by width. So width would be 30%. Perfect. And now navlink li dot navlinks li, this list style none. Let's see how it is changing. There we go. That it looks really nice. So nav links are ready, and I want to make it a heading. I want to make it more organized. So let's see about a heading. So here I say dot heading, and inside this heading I say color, which is white, followed by text transform, text transform uppercase, followed by letter spacing. This letter spacing will be 5 pixels, and followed by last font size, and this font size is just 20 pixels. That's it. And let's see how it is differentiated here. Awesome. So this navigation bar is now looking great, and it is giving me all the basic operation whichever we have expected. Now this nav links whichever we have created, okay, they are working fine, but I just want to make it even more beautiful. And how I can make it more beautiful? To make it, I would like to go ahead with the nav links again. Dot nav links of type anchor tag. Now I would like to activate my anchor tag by making it color white. Okay, followed by text decoration none, and followed by letter spacing 3 pixels, and then font weight bold, and font size 14 pixels, and padding 14 pixels and 16 pixels, both options. That's it. And followed by, we want to use the nav links. When I will hover it, so the color should change. So we are saying dot nav links, and here with li followed by a dot active. When the anchor tag is active, then in that case I want to change the background color to light sea green. I can say lights so we have this option called light sea green. This one, light sea green, that looks beautiful. And followed by same, I copy this and this active. So nav links li dot active, background color we are using, but if it is not active, then in that case what you will use. So I can just change a small thing here. I've changed this color. Now let me try to copy this first. I tell you what I want to copy this, and I paste it as usual. Here what I see is when it is an active, okay, when it is an active, I will change the color to, I think the spelling is wrong, active, it should be active. Background color I want to change it to green. So for that we are just using the color hash. This is a green color when it is an active, and when this is not active, so we can just say a colon active, which we've used now li colon active, or we can say a colon hover, a colon hover, a colon hover, and here we say colon not dot active. That's it. Let's see how it works. Awesome. This looks beautiful. Home is active right now. They say it is on a home page. I can see it is an about page. It is service page. It is a contact. Now you can see it looks even more awesome. In this HTML based hands-on, we are expecting that all of you are aware about the basic concept of HTML as well as the CSS. So this kind of learning is going to help you to understand like how HTML and CSS can connect together while offering you a mini application. The first application on this track we're going to offer you that is related to your HTML registration page. Okay, so as you know, for this particular registration development application, I would like to use the Visual Studio Code, which is one of the very popular tool provided by Microsoft. So this tool we will be using it for our mini application development. So let's get started with this. So step number 1, let me go back and create a new folder now. I'm going to create a new folder name called registration. And inside this I would require 2 files. Number 1 is called index.html and another one that is called CSS. We can say app.css. So in index.html file we want some standard development. So I want to start with my HTML tag. So I already have this HTML based autofill code provided by your Visual Studio Code. So there are plugins are available inside this so that you can automatically create the basic structure for this HTML, which you can have the HTML tag, head tag, as well as the body tag. And from this point onwards, we will start developing our code now. So I want to develop a registration page. So in this registration page, I will start from my form tag now. So inside this form, it is saying like form action to something. I really do not have any backend, so I just leave it as a blank. And here I will start with my h1 tag where I want to say register. After this register, I want to offer the paragraph tag where I can say please fill in this form to register with us. Register with us. Okay. Now, after that, I would like to start with horizontal row. So HR. So starting with my horizontal row and post this because see, we would like to organize our application. And now label, in this label for, I just want to give the name called FN. It's just the name. And after this, FN stands for the first name. And within this label, I would like to use the B tag, which is I would say the bold. Here I will pass first name. Bold tag is closed, it's a label. Inside this label, I would like to use input tag. Here I will call input tab equal to text and offer a few other details also, like I say a placeholder. Placeholder will offer you what to be filled. I'm saying first name, that is the placeholder value. After this, name equal to FN, that is the stand for first name. After that, ID. ID is optional, but if you want to pass, we'll use this ID FN. ID equal to FN and required, because I want this field cannot be blank. So this is my first text box where I have this first name with me. Like that, I will go ahead and talk about my next property called password. And for password also, I would like to have the similar details with me. So this label I'll copy and paste it below and this is for your password. So we're giving the name called PSW. Here we are saying password and input applicable to text. So here I will change input applicable to password, because password field details would not be visible to you. Please, here we will say placeholder, I can say enter, password, name equal to, we can give PSW, ID equal to, we can give same PSW. So we have a called password. In a similar line, we would like to offer the confirm password fields too. I will copy this line and paste it again, and here we can say confirm password, we can say CPSW, again password, enter, confirm password, CPSW and CPSW. Now it's over. After this we want to make it as a horizontal row, closed, and once it is run, then we'd like to have the button with this. So here is the button, we can say register, and here in my button I would like to offer the type equal to submit, type equal to submit. So that's it. So this is the simplest form I have it. Now I would like to see how it really looks like it. So from here I would like to open it, reveal in Finder. Let's open this. Well, it looks like that. Fine. So this is what my form is. Form is ready, and now we would like to go back and start developing my CSS, in which I will beautify my form to offer some more details on this. Well friends, as we know the HTML page is ready, it's time to go back and start developing a CSS to beautify my HTML now. So inside the CSS, I would like to start with the tag which is called body, and inside this body tag I can offer some basic setups, but I just want to give the basic background color now, which is called background -color. I can just give the name called TEL. That's a background color. Let's rest of the things I can just leave it as it is. Now for all the other properties I can say box sizing, border-box. After that dot container, and in this container we have to offer certain benefits. Now first thing you need to understand which are the places I will be using the container. So you see here in my index.html file, when we talk about form actions and all, okay, we say h1 register, we haven't used any container right now. So let's get added the container div class equal to container. Okay, and this particular div tag will get closed only at the last. So this div tag will close at the last here. So I want to make the look and feel for this complete container in much more better way. So here in my container we want to say margin auto. Let's press enter here. Margin auto. Now width 50%. Then padding 16 pixel, followed by background color, which we want white. Then box shadow. This box shadow we want to give some all for origins 20 pixel. Continuation to same 20 pixel and 0 pixel. And which color we want, so I just say RGBA. In this RGBA we just give the value called 0. Again 0, again 0, and the value which you want to give to this alpha, because it is always between 0 to 1, we are saying 0.7, that is an opacity. Well, 4 properties as given. Now let's see how it looks. Yeah, why? Because we haven't added a CSS in my HTML. So let's add a CSS. So inside my browser HTML, now inside my head, we add link rl equal to style sheet href equal to app.css. That's it. Now let's see. There we go. Looks better now. So this is your container, okay, which you can see it is having some shadow. I would like to organize this all set of text boxes in much more better way. So after this, we want to offer the other properties too, like for my input. Go back to my app CSS. So after this container, we want input again, type equal to text. Now also to input type equal to password. Here we offer few things. Number one, width, which is 100%. Then padding, once again 15 pixels. Then margin, we are offering 5 pixels. 0, 22 pixel, 0. Followed by display. Display, I will say inline block. Followed by border. Do you want any border? So I say none. Border none. And background, we can offer the color. So we can say white smoke. That's it. Let's see in my HTML. Awesome. So this looks more beautiful, more organized. So this is your form, but I want to make it even more better now, because I want to perform the validation, and in validation we want to check how the focus will come in. So the beautification needs to be added more. Here we want to offer the same input type text, input type password. I copy this here. Now here we want to offer background color. We want to offer the background color on focus. This has to be on focus. And here also on focus. Now background color, we want to change to anything, but for a time being we can just give same, and outline none. Okay, so this is my for focus. And for the registration button, so here we say dot I do not have that class for register button, so I have to create this class inside my button. Register btn. I would like to offer the properties for those, like background color teal, followed by color, which is white. Then padding, we offer 16 pixel. Then border, none. then cursor. I think it is better to have pointer only. Then width 100%, followed by margin, this auto, then opacity, then I say 0.8. Fine. So this is for my registration button. Let's see. Wow, this looks better now. So this is a full size button. So this is for my button, and I want the moment I take my cursor on button, the color should change, or it should look like a hover. Copy this. Hover. And here we say opacity. I just make the value equal 1. That's it. Now, you see now the color is changing. Great. So like this, you see how the conditions are working. When I press on register, you see the messages, please fill the field blank, and it is changing when we talk about the situation called focus. So in this it works like that. When I give the name, you see now how the background color is changing now. So it is a little bit more grayish color. So this time we're going to develop another very interesting example using this HTML, JavaScript and CSS together, and that is called working with a quiz application. This is one of the very interesting project. We'll be developing it from the scratch, and I'm sure that you will enjoy a lot. So what we will do, we'll start creating a new folder now. First of all, I'm going to give the name called HTML quiz. Now I'm going to create 3 files inside this. Number 1, I'm going to say index.html, index.html. Then I need another file that is called app.css. And the third file I'm going to create inside this that will hold the script related part. So we are saying script.js. So we have total number of 3 files ready with us. Now from HTML page, we would like to develop this HTML tags first. So we'll go to the HTML and see. So we have got this basic HTML syntax ready, and from here we will start working with the div tag first. Here onwards, div tag. So within my div tag, we would like to create another div tag. Okay, so the first top level class to this particular div. See, we haven't created a CSS, but we would like to offer some of the CSS classes available here. So we say div class equal to container. Now we have got another div tag inside this, so we will say div id equal to question hyphen container. Question hyphen container. So that is the name or ID of this div, and we say class equal to hide. Now within this div tag, we would like to offer some details, but before that we would like to create some embedded div tags inside this. So we're going to create another div tag here, and this div id equal to answer hyphen buttons. So that's the id name, and we would like to offer the class also, class equal to btn hyphen grid. See, again I'm telling you, these classes we are just creating it, but we would like to use this in our CSS. Okay, so they are just the normal class names we are giving it right now. Now inside this div tag, we want to offer some more details. Now what exactly the details are? Number 1, we would like to offer a few buttons now. Button. So we say button class equal to btn, and after that we would like to give the name called answer1. Answer 1, so that I can have this button class copied 3 more times. And now we can change the names to 2, here 3, here 4. So we have total number of 4 answers ready with us. Div tag is getting closed here, another div tag is getting closed here, and now here, before the last div tag is getting closed, we would like to create another div tag. Now inside this div we say class equal to controls. That's another div tag. So under this div we want to offer few more buttons. Button. Here we say button id equal to start button start hyphen btn. Okay, and then we say class equal to start hyphen btn space btn, and we say start here. Now I'll just copy this complete line and put it again. So rather than giving the start button, we say next button, and class equal to next hyphen button btn, and we will give additional property called hide, and here we give the value called next. Let me make this S capital and next. So 2 buttons we have created. After this, div tag is getting closed. After that, I would like to start another div tag, and in this div tag we will offer class equal to score. Okay, and here we would like to start working with a span, and here we will say span id equal to right hyphen answer, or answers I can say. So after that the div tag is getting closed, and that's it. And with the last div tag is getting closed, which you can see right now, we would like to use the script tag. But one more thing, this div tag I would like to close even before. So 2 div tags are getting closed, and this is another div tag which is closed at the end. And here we want to include a script tag, a script src equal to a script.js. That's it. So our HTML page is almost ready. Let's review. And yes, I can see some standard buttons has been created. Now we would like to give some better look and feel to this kind of buttons and complete UI by offering some awesome CSS. Okay everybody, so we'd like to start working with CSS part now. So to work with the CSS, we have to offer few things. Here we're providing a root, and with this root some basic settings we are offering it. Number 1, hyphen hue hyphen neutral, hue hyphen hue hyphen neutral. The value we're giving is 200. After that we're giving call hyphen hue, again hyphen wrong. This value we're giving is 0. Then we are saying hyphen hue hyphen correct 145. So these 3 values we have given, followed by body. In this body we would like to offer few details. Number 1, hyphen hue. This we are making it with a variable, -u neutral, the one which we have already declared. Okay, now we will try to provide padding. So this padding we're giving 0. Next property is margin. Margin will also remain 0. After that, display, none. After that, not display, I would say none. Instead, it is better we can have flex. After that, width, we are providing width almost 100, followed by height. So height we are providing is called once again 100. Okay, now we have called justify contents. This justify contents I can say center. Perfect. Going forward, align items. Here we can say center again. Now background color. Which color you would like to give it? So we can just use this option called HSL. And this we'd like to use this var. Again, in this var we are using -hue and followed by 100%, comma 20%. These things, and this is style we would like to use in my index.html page. So within my head tag, well, in index.html file, how you would like to define the style? So we always use link, CSS. So the value is automatically style.css, but we would like to change to app.css. That's it. Now we'll see the final outcome. Now it looks better. Okay, so it is only for the background, nothing else it is impacting. Now we want to offer few more things into my CSS. It is only for the body. Now we would like to go ahead with the body dot correct. Body dot correct. We are providing hue, var, and here we would like to offer hyphen wrong, and also sorry, not wrong, just for correct. And we can use body dot wrong, body dot wrong. So same thing I'd like to copy. So rather than saying correct, we're using wrong here. Well, these two properties we have defined. Going forward, we would like to start working with a container. Inside my container, I would like to offer width. Basic thing that we are providing 800 pixels, followed by max width. This max would be 80%. Now, going forward, background color. We are offering white, that always looks better, followed by border radius. That we are providing 5 pixels. After this, padding. This padding will be 10 pixels, followed by box shadow. This box shadow we can say 0, 0, 10 pixels, 2 pixels. So this is we have applied for the container, and container is used right over here. Let's see. Okay, now it looks better. So this is where it comes under my container. Now we would like to offer the buttons. Here in our CSS, we want to now offer the button colors. So dot btn hyphen grid. Well, in index.html file, so we have a call button grid. This button grid we would like to start from here. Btn grid display grid followed by grid hyphen template columns. So here we are saying repeat. In this repeat we are saying 2 comma auto. Then we would like to offer the gap. This gap will be the 10 pixels followed by margin, that will be the 20 pixels, and then 0. This is for my button grid. Let's see. Awesome. So that looks pretty nice. Now going forward, we would like to apply the styles on my button. So how my button will looks like in. Well, button grids we have created it. Now we would like to go ahead with the buttons. So dot btn followed by the details. So hyphen hue var will be using neutral. Okay. Going forward, we would like to use border. So this border we want to use 12 pixels, or I would say 1 pixel, and then solid and HSL values we would like to give it once again var hyphen hue followed by 100%, 30%. Okay, so these are the values for border, followed by background color. So we would like to use the same details. Now we would like to use background color. So in background color we will just use HSL rather than this. So hyphen hue 100% and 50%. Okay, followed by border radius. Border radius 5 pixels. Now padding. Padding just 5 pixels and 10 pixels. Then color. This color will be white for sure. And the outline. Outline we are using is none. Last option cursor. So cursor we will be using pointer as you should say. So these are the details are available which we want to use it for my button. Now the last option, we want to use it for the button hover. Dot btn dot or hover, and for this hover we want to say border color. This border color we would like to use black. That's it. Let's see. Awesome. So this looks pretty nice, as you can see right now here. Well, so this is how my initial looks like. Okay, now I also want to change this start button and next button both. So here we want to use dot start -btn, and also for dot next -btn. Common look and feel for both. Font size 1.5 rem. Next, font weight. Now this font weight you want to give bold, followed by padding. This padding is be 10 pixels and 20 pixels, followed by 10 pixels, 20 pixels. Next, cursor will be as usual pointers. Now we want to go ahead with the controls. With controls we say display, flex, followed by justify contents. This justify contents I will say center, followed by align items, and here we say center, and last option which is left is called hide. This hide we say display none. That's it. Let's check this out. Well, so this will be visible to me. So the moment I said start, then only the other buttons will be visible. So this is how my program is. Well, my CSS is all set. Well, let's get start working with the script part now. This is a major part of your main code development. So here we will start working with this const, and here we will say start button equal to document dot get element by id, and here we will give the name called start -btn. That's the name. Like this, I just copy this line, make it available here. Like we will call start button, we will call next button, and here next button. Like here another one. Here we change the name and give the name called question container element. Container element. Question container element, document get element by id. Here we give the name called question -container. Question -container, because this is already there. You see, question -container is already there. We're using question -container. Like this, we would like to use one more, and that is called question element. Question element, document get element by id. Here we will be passing question, followed by we want to use answer button element. Answer buttons element. Answers, or I can say answer buttons element, answer -buttons. Answer -buttons. So naming convention must be chosen very carefully. Now we will provide option called shuffle question, because we want every time the questions to be get shuffled. Shuffled questions. Shuffled questions. Current question index. Shuffle questions and current question index. And we would like to provide one variable called let quiz score equal to 0. So we created those variables. Now once it is done, we want to basically go ahead and start creating a set of questions for my application. So here we want to provide the questions. So we say const questions. Const questions equal to array. First question which I would like to create it here is called question. Now here we will say JavaScript framework. So which one of these is a JavaScript framework? So this is my question now. Okay, so I would like to have answers for sure. So here we are providing answers. So what answers we would like to provide? So in this answers, the first answer I can say like this. Here I say text first will be Python. Okay, Python. Answer is true or false? Correct? False. So it will be the false. Copy. Now let's change the value. Here I say Django. Correct, false. Third is React. So here I can say true. Last I'm keeping it called false, as usual same. So like this we have created a question and 4 answers. Okay, so we're all set now. So here after that we want to create a few more. Okay, so once again I would like to bring some questions now and related answers. So I just copy this. First, so second question I can say who is the Prime Minister of India? So we can have 2 answers available. Okay. Talk about Narendra Modi, the value is called what? True. Second, we're going to give the name called which value is called false. So I've taken the values like this, and we can take one more just for the demo purpose. So like here, next is called what is 4 multiplied by 3. I can have many answers. So I'm just making the first is called 6, which is false, second is 12. Like that, total we have created 3. Okay, so we all are set with this multiple questions. Okay, now once it is done, we would like to offer one function here. Okay, and what that function would be? The function would be known as called clear status class. Function clear status class. It takes one parameter called element, and here we will say element dot class list dot remove element dot class list dot remove correct, and once again I copy the same line, wrong. So we have two options available, called what right and what wrong. Now going forward, we want to have few more functions to be attached. There is only one function we have attached, that's called clear status class. Now we would like to add one more function here called function set status class. Okay, and here we pass two parameters now. One is called element and second is called correct. Two parameters we are passing it now. Element and correct. First we are calling this function called clear status class. Is a function which we have created, pass element, followed by we are saying if correct, then element dot class list dot add correct, okay, else use the same option, but we'll try to add wrong here. So this is how we would like to apply right or wrong. So this is set status class which we have it now, followed by the most important function which we're going to use it right now here is called your select answer. So you have to basically select the answer. So this is a little bigger function. So let's try to understand. Function select answer. Here we pass e as in parameter, and from here we will use const selected button equal to e dot target. Number 1. Second const correct equal to selected button dot dataset selected button dot dataset dot correct. Now going forward, we'll be calling this set status class function. In this set status class, we'll be passing document dot body as the first parameter and correct is the second parameter. Okay, now we're using array dot from, and here in this array dot from we're using answers button element dot children. Okay, followed by dot for each. Here we're using this button as in parameter. Now here what I will do, we're using this option called set status class. First parameter will be what? A button, then button dot dataset dot, we can give the value called what? Correct. Okay, so this is how we are using this array. Now we'll be utilizing the main evaluated value called if. Shuffle quotient dot length. If shuffle quotient dot length is greater than current quotient index plus 1, then what? Then we are saying next button dot class list dot remove, and here we will say hide, so this will be hidden. Okay, else condition says what? Start button dot inner text. Okay, start button dot inner text equal to restart. Okay, and next is called start button dot class list dot remove. What we need to remove? Hide part. That's it. Okay, and here we're using this option called if selected button dot dataset equal to correct, then quiz score plus plus, and document dot get element by id. Here we are providing write hyphen answers followed by dot inner HTML equal to quiz score. So whatever the score will be after selecting the correct answer, this will be available to the user. Okay, now the next thing which we're going to develop it is basically your reset state function. Reset state function reset state. So what we're going to offer here, we are saying status class document dot body. Okay, here we are saying next button dot class list dot add hide. Okay, now we are using this while option. Now answers button element dot first child so here I will be using answers button element dot remove child. Here we have a call dot remove child, and here we will be giving answers button elements dot first child. So these are the functions are used right now. We haven't called those functions, but we'll be calling those functions one by one. But this is something which we wanted to start with. Okay, well, reset state is already set. Now going forward, we would like to start working with the show quotients so that the user can start seeing the quotient. We are saying function show question, show question. The first parameter will be question, and from here onwards we would like to use a question element. So we have a call question element dot inner text equal to question dot question. Now followed by questions dot answer, question dot answers dot for each, and here I would like to use, we are passing what, answer as a parameter. Now here we like to create a button called const button equal to document dot create element. I'd like to create a button now. Okay, after that we are saying button dot inner text. We have to set the value equal to answer dot text, then followed by button dot class list dot add. Here we are offering BTN. Okay, now we are saying if the condition is answer dot correct. If answer is correct, then what? Then button dot dataset dot correct equal to answer dot correct. Okay, now the next thing is we are using button dot add event listener, attaching the listener to this event. Which event? On click event. Second parameter will be select answer, then answer button element dot append child of what? Button. So this is your show questions, followed by what is the next question it will appear. So here we say function set next question. Next question. Here function set next question. Here in this next question we are just saying reset state, the function we are calling it, and saying show question and here we are passing this shuffle questions and we are passing this current question index. That is what the set next question is offering it to me. Now the last function which is left, that is called start game. How the game will start? Function start game, and here the main magic begin. Here we say start button dot class list dot add, and here hide. After that shuffle questions equal to, we have a call questions dot sort Okay, here we say math dot random and 5. We're passing this value. Okay, after that we are saying current question index. Initially we are giving 0 right now. After that, question container element, which we have already defined, dot class list dot remove height. Okay, and then we're calling set next question, which is a function we are calling it, and initializing our quiz score with the value called 0. Well, start game is ready. Next thing which we have to start with our button. So here we are saying start button dot add event listener. Here in this on my click event, I will try to call this function start game. First thing. Now next we'll be calling next button dot add event listener on click. On click we are using. Okay, so here we are calling current question index plus plus and set next question. That's it. So we are almostly done with our code. Script.js we have basically already initialized there. Okay, so the values will be kept automatically. So most of the things are now ready with us. Okay, so our JavaScript is almost ready. Index.html file is there and app.css is also ready with us. Now let's finally see how my overall look and feel really looks like in. So just go here and try to refresh and check on a button called start. Awesome, I could see the first question appears automatically. Which of these is JavaScript framework? If I select as usual my correct answers for React, now you can see is automatically making the rest of them as a red and now giving me the next button now. For the Prime Minister of India, I'm saying Narendra Modi, great, next, and I say 4 multiplied by 3, I say 12, I say next, and which of those used in mobile app development, Flutter and Flask, I say Flask, it says Flutter, and now you can see the application looks perfectly fine and it gives me the restart now, and that's it. So this is how, dear friends, your project is now completely working and expected as the way it was designed for. When I once again restart and you can say start button, now it's giving me 4 multiplied by 3. That means it is once again have taken random question. This mini project will help you to understand how we can align our content to display to my end user. So lot many things are there. We have got CSS in place, we have HTML in place, and using some CSS3 based effects, using some HTML5 based effects, we'll be creating our mini website having some single HTML page and a CSS and a lot of images will help you to understand in case if I want to develop a website, how to kickstart them. Okay, so let's get started. So this is my folder I've created called WebPro, and in a similar folder I'll be creating some of the files. So my first file will be called styles.css. So in this styles.css, first of all I need to import some of the fonts which I will be using it throughout my development. So I'm saying import URL, and here I'll be offering the location by saying https fonts dot google apis.com. Okay, googleapis.com/css. Okay, question mark, we have to use family equal to, here we can use Allura, and with using this pipe symbol, we are using Josephine plus cents. So that is the URL for me. In case if you want to verify whether this URL does exist or not, so what you can do, you can just copy this and go to your browser and try to paste this and check if it does exist. Yes, it does exist. That means these URLs are available to us. So this is a URL which I'll be using it for my development. After that, I'll be using this as asterisk and providing some of the core features like a margin colon 0 followed by other details. Okay, like I'm saying margin colon 0 and padding once again 0 followed by box sizing. This we are saying border box followed by outline. Okay, none. Okay, and post this will be offering list style. Here we are also saying none. After that, text decoration once again none. After that, font family. So we are using this option which is saying called Josephine. Okay, sans, the one which we have used, comma. We're using one more called sans hyphen serif. So this would be a first set of the style which will be global to all. I'll be using this. Well, earlier we have given the common style to all. Now I'll be giving a style to my paragraph. So here in my paragraph, we are trying to say margin hyphen bottom. I want to give all 15 pixels because I want to develop all the styles well in advance before I proceed ahead. We are saying font hyphen size. Yeah, font hyphen size that we want to give it called 14 pixels, followed by line height. Line height, I'll give 20 pixels. After that, color. Color you can give anything. Okay, so there's one very common color called light blue. For that, there's one value called 5F. Okay, 8E, 8E, and again 8E. You can see that is called a kind of light green color which is coming up now. Okay, which is used now. A part of this paragraph will be using H1 title. Okay, H1 title, and in this H1 title we are saying margin bottom. Margin bottom we are saying 20 pixels. After that, color. Orange. Okay, let me put semicolon here. Along with this font family, this font family we're giving Allura. Okay, along with this we also want to give cursive. Okay, also text transform. This text transform I want to use uppercase. Along with this font size, this font size I would like to give 38 pixels, followed by font size. Yeah, so this font size I want to give is called 38 pixels. Oh, font size we've already given. Word spacing we have to give. This word spacing was given 25 pixels, followed by letter spacing. Letter spacing was given 5 pixels. So these are the details we have given for the H1 title. So, okay, so now we'll be talking about our buttons. Which are the look and feel we have to go or provide to our button. So we are saying once again dot btn. Okay, space A means under my button tag A what I want. So I say width 180 pixels. 1 second. Yeah, width 180 pixels. We're giving height 35 pixels, followed by line height. Line height we're giving 35 pixels, followed by border. This border will be 2 pixels, solid black. Okay, after that color we want to give it, I would say red would be sufficient enough, followed by display. Display I want to give it is called block, followed by margin. Margin I want to give 25 pixels, auto and 0, followed by text align. Okay, center. So this is for BTN A which we have given. Along with this BTN A, there are some other properties are also available, like in dot main underscore container. Here we would like to provide position, okay, colon relative. Okay. After this position, we would like to also provide the property for navbar. So we are saying navbar underscore, or let's talk about navbar. Rest of the stats will be offering it a little later. With this navbar, we are providing this width. Okay, this width will be 100%. Okay, this width will be 100%, and also we provide height. This height will be 65 pixels. Okay, provided by position. Position we are providing absolute. After that we are saying display. Display we are providing flex. After that we are saying justify content. Justify content we are saying space around. After that we are saying align items. This we are giving a center. Okay, along with this we are giving this logo of type A. So inside this logo we are saying font family. This font family we are once again using the one which we have used earlier. You remember Allura and Curacao. We can use the same whatever we have used it earlier. So same condition you can use it here. So we remember earlier what we have used in my previous program. Okay, font family. So the same font family I would like to use it here also. Okay, so logo A, but let me check somewhere down the line. Font weight. Font family. So let me copy the same and paste here right now. Okay, so we have got font family with me, which we have taken it right now to my existing logo A. Along with I want to use for font size. We would like to use 32 pixels. Also color, and as usual I would like to use red. Okay, so that is for logo on which we have basically applied this. A part of this we would like to also use for navbar underscore item space ul, and here we would like to provide margin 0 and padding again 0, followed by list style. Here we are saying none. See, that is the benefit of having this Visual Studio Code, because sometimes when you are going wrong, it immediately give you the idea of like saying like, hey, you're going somewhere wrong. That's why the suggestions were not given to us. So till here we've added. Furthermore, we'll be adding few more styles into my code. Well, navbar till UL we have seen, now followed by same dot navbar, okay, underscore items followed by UL, which we have it, and along with this we would like to go ahead with this list items also. And in this list items we need few details. First I talk about call float, so float left for sure. Then we talk about call width. Width will be 100 pixels. And now we talk about call height. Height will be 40 pixels. Well, float, width, height we have talked about. Now we talk about call background color. Background color we can say light salmon. That looks nice. And opacity. Opacity we can just give call 0.8 followed by line height. Line height I can give call 40 pixels. Okay. Along with this we also want text align. Once again, center. Okay. This is for these items. Now, under the same navbar, you may have some other properties also. Okay, this is for navbar UL li, and we can also have the same property copy. But along with this li, I can also have this anchor tag. So we can select multiple elements together. So here, I would like to offer text transform. You see this text transform, uppercase, followed by color. This color we are saying black. And we're talking about called text decoration. Text decoration we want nothing. Along with this I want display, and as usual it will be a block type. Okay, that was li, and within this anchor tag I also can have a hover. Let me copy the same, and with this anchor I can have the property name called what? Hover. So what property you are expecting for this? So here in my hover property I can say background color, and I can use tomato. Okay, well, after this, in the same navbar items, I also want to have, after the anchor tag, what should happen. So this conditions I want to utilize because I want to offer some of the animations behavior right over there. So what animations I would like to go ahead, that I need to offer under this navigation items li. So I just copy this, paste it below, but this hover which we are talking about, we would like to change from to after. Okay, after. So I'm removing this background color with this because background color can be changed to something else. So I can change to white. White. Well, let me have few more properties to be get added. First thing we are trying to say called position. Position will be absolute. Okay, we want from left side. Left, I want to give 50% space. After this, from bottom, I'm saying 0. Okay, now I want to talk about called transform. You remember there's a property available in CSS, and here we are saying translate x, and inside this translate x I say minus 50%. Okay, and here we are saying after that scale x. Okay, and here we are providing what? 0. So that's what the condition we want to provide it for the transform. And the next thing will be transform origin. Transform origin, so I say 50%, and again 50%. After this, we would like to talk about width. Width will be 100%. Okay, and we also want this height. Height will be 2 pixels. Okay, width 100%, height 2 pixels. After that, we talk about transition. In this transition, we can talk about called transform. Okay, transform to 50 ms. Okay, so these are so far the details which are available with us, which I would like to use it in my code. Okay, that is for after of this anchor tag. So when you talk about hover, you further want to change the behavior over there. So in this case, I would like to use the same condition. I just copy that, and here when you say colon, so you can see li space a colon hover colon after. So what conditions you want to use it here? So transform. Okay, so here translate x. Okay, so here you say minus 50% scale x 1.0, followed by we would like to use again dot navbar. Okay, underscore item. Okay, ul followed by li, followed by once again ul, once again li, and here in this case we want to offer display none. Display none. Okay, so that's okay. And one more conditions I would like to take it here is here when I say ul li colon hover, so I can say li colon hover ul li. So we will say display block. That's the condition. Okay, so far we have written this much of CSS. We would like to go ahead and try to implement some of the HTML behavior and we'll be back to our CSS to make this possible. Okay everyone, so we have developed a lot about CSS. It's time for us to move towards our next UI, that is called the HTML part. Okay, so here I've already kept it just for the kind information. I've just downloaded few of the images, okay, from the internet just to utilize into my application. I'm gonna create the another file and give the name called index.html. Okay, this index.html file, let me have this template with me. Okay, so I have got template with me. Now here we want to use some of the awesome CSS styles for of my usual development. So within my head tag, we would like to use this link. This is for CSS. So say link rel equal to style sheet and href equal to, now I'm going to give the location. So this CSS is anyways is there, that's called style. We want to say called styles.css, and one more style I would like to use in my code, but the location will be somewhere else. I'm saying https cdnjs dot cloudflare.com slash ajax slash libs slash font hyphen awesome. Okay, that is a well-known style sheet. We are giving the version called 5.15.1 slash css slash all all dot min dot css. So that is the location actually. Okay, now I want to just check whether this location does exist or not. So I'll just copy this, paste it in my browser to verify. Well, yes, this style does exist. So we would like to go ahead and continue. Well, I would like to give some title in case if I want. So this is called document. I can just give the name called website. Okay, just give this W capital. Yeah, website development. Coming to my body tag. Here, I just want to give a div class equal to, let's give the name called main underscore container. Okay, and also we want to give ID equal to home. That is a div tag for me. Okay, now along with this, I want to give some other type of div tags too, where I want to use it now. Here within this div tag, I want to give another div tag where I want to provide a navbar. So div equal to navbar. Okay, and within this navbar, I want to use another div tag which says class equal to logo. Okay, within this div tag, we want to provide the one href. Okay, a href equal to, here we want to provide this hash. Okay, and this will be provided to home. So this is, we have a got div class, we have a called div class equal to logo, and under this we are providing this hashtag, and we are saying simply learn solutions. Okay, that is the first anchor tag. The div tag is getting closed, and we would like to start another div tag. And in this div tag, we would like to say class equal to navbar underscore items. Okay, within this div tag, we would like to use this UL, and within this UL, I would like to use this li. Okay, and in this li, we would like to bring some ahref equal to hash. That is the link which I need to provide. Okay, so in this anchor tag, we want to provide a location called home here. There's the first list item which is there. Like this, I can provide some other list items too. Like I can talk about call about. We're saying hash about, and here we say about here. So this anchor tag is getting closed. Okay, and here, before I close this list item here, we would like to take another UL tag. Okay, in this UL tag, we would like to paste this list item again, and here with this hash, we can just give the name call something, whichever you want to give it. Again, blank and empty. So after that, UL is also getting closed. Li is also getting closed here. Okay. After this, we can provide few more li tags here. Okay. So href equal to, here we would like to provide a real URL now. Remove the hashtag and say https simplylearn.com/corporate hyphen training. Okay, and here we will be giving the option called services. This falls under the category of what? Services. Like this, we would like to provide one more anchor tag for contact us. Let's say contact. One more for call our team. Okay, and here we say our team. Okay, let me go back to my index.html file and check the status. Well, it looks pretty nice now. Here we have got simply learn solution with us, and right inside you can see now here in about you see how the things are working for me. These links are coming up automatically. It came because here, if you remember in my code, when I was saying this about, okay, this was a part of our current code, and due to that it is now making it possible for us. And that is possible because here in my style.css, if you remember, we were using this a kind of navbar ULLI. Okay, so the moment I try to hover, okay, so this was giving me the complete details, and due to that I was in position to get all the details. So looks pretty nice. Okay, so going forward, what I would like to do is within my program, as I could see in my index.html file, we have provided this tag. So UL is getting closed, this div is getting closed, this div is also getting closed. Okay, now here we would like to start another div. We say div class equal to banner image, banner underscore image. Okay, now within this div, I would like to use one more div tag. Within this div, we say class equal to banner underscore content. Okay, banner underscore content. Now within this div class, we would like to use this h1. Here we can say welcome to Simply Learn. Okay, after this break tag, as you know, that is a for break. And now in this span tag, we can say words. Okay, words number 1 bootcamp. Okay, here the h1 tag is getting closed. After that, the paragraph tag. Within this paragraph, we can say get certified, get ahead, this value. After this, the div tag is getting closed. The second div tag is also getting closed. Let me check. Okay, so that we need to organize it in a better way. So, but initially we have a got welcome to Simply Learn words number 1 bootcamp. Now, how my look and feel is really gonna help, because this banner part I want to organize it because I do not have a CSS for this. Clear? So certainly I need a CSS to organize this particular banner. Getting it? Because when we talk about called banner content, so I need to tell where it needs to go, because I also would have some banner image also too. So I'll go back to my CSS now, and in my style CSS here, let me say banner content, banner underscore content, and here we can say text align center, and say color, we can say white smoke. Okay, and also within this banner content, we want to use the h1 tag. Within this h1 tag, you have to just say text transform uppercase and line height 38 pixels. Okay, and margin bottom, this margin bottom we want to use 15 pixels. Okay, so that's one we have it. Let me close this. Sorry. And here we want to use one more property called banner content with h1 and the span tag, so that I can change the color. So here banner content h1. We also want to use span tag. Within this, I want to say color, and you can just say tomato. And let's check, does it affect in my application? Yes, exactly, it does affect. Now you can see it is somewhere coming down the line like this. Okay, so I can further change it to my application, like if I talk about and all. So this I can change it for sure, because if I have some images also, those images I also want to change towards my application, but it is just a simple part. We are talking about called banner part, and we have to take some images too for this banner image. So let's go back and talk about our index.html file and see what some of the banners I want to utilize it here. Okay, now when we talk about called get ahead, I certainly need some of the banner image too, but banner image is not available. So let me go back and try to use some banner image, whichever we have to define under my CSS. Okay, so here in my style CSS, let me go here and say dot banner underscore image. In this banner image, we have to say background URL, background colon, now we have to say URL, and in this URL we have to use this image called images slash p4.jpg. That will be my image, and also we would like to use one very common option that is called no repeat, so that it should not repeat it, and I want to fix it to the top and in a center. Okay, now let's check. Perfect, it is coming up, but it is not looking as good as it looks like in. So we want to use few more important things, saying this background size, cover, and also want to use width. Width I want to use 100%, and height we want to use it called 600%. Okay, display we want to use it flex, and justify content we want to use it called center, and align items center. Let's check this out. Okay, now you can see it looks pretty better compared to the previous version, whatever we have written it. But this image needs to be look even more better. Okay, and the content needs to be more awesome. But anyways, that is the first thing which we have written. After that, we have to write an about us and other areas. But that is initially which I would like to make it even more better and more look. Okay. Okay, so we have seen the value still the call option called get certified get ahead. The div tag is getting closed, and I want to use another div, and inside this div we want to say class equal to about. Okay, and id equal to about. Okay, and within this div tag I want to use this h1 tag. With this h1 tag I say class equal to title. Okay, here I want to say about us. H1 tag is closed. After that, I want to define this paragraph and want to give some details about a SimpliLearn. Okay, like I talk about SimpliLearn. Words number 1. Training. Okay, we can just provide, some details. Training providers. That's it. So We can write it that much about in paragraph tag, and we can use this div again. Within this div, we say div class equal to btn and say a href equal to, and in this href we would like to say colon simply learn .com, okay, slash resources, and here we can just give the option name called learn more to this anchor tag. The div tag is getting closed later on. Okay, and now just like in div we have provided here, we can also offer the details with regards to your services. So I can just copy the same and provide about the services. So we can say services ID equal to services, and you can provide anything whichever you would like to provide. Title is same. About us, we can say our services. Our services. So you can give any details if you want. Okay, paragraph. Now here after this paragraph using div class equal to div underscore services, and we may not have any href right over here, so we're removing this href tag. Okay, div class equal to div, once again spelling wrong, di develop div services. Here we want to use another div tag, and in this div tag we want to say class equal to div underscore services underscore item. We have to basically provide, and within this I have to use this option called img src equal to, now you have to provide the location, so I'm saying under this images folder we have a call services, we have a call services1 dot jpg, alt equal to, in case if the service is not available you can just say service underscore image. Okay, within this, once this is closed, you would like to use a h3 tag now, and in this h3 tag I just say class equal to sub underscore title, and here we give the title name called web development. Let me go back and check. Yeah, so I can see this option called about us is coming up. Learn more. If I talk about learn more, you see I'm taking you to the website of this SimpliLearn resources which are available to us. So this link is working perfectly fine, and I can see here called our services. It is the same. Well, going back, so we have a call this our services. So alt equal to services underscore image, sc class equal to subtitle web development, and that's it. So the div tag is getting closed here, and I may choose to talk towards div service item. So let me have another div tag here, and in this div tag we say class equal to div underscore services underscore item. Div underscore services underscore item. Okay, now within this div tag, okay, so what you want to offer now? I want to offer some again certain images. So what those images will be, let me try to copy this, and the s3 tag to Let me copy this again. Service 1, I'm giving call service 2, service underscore images, sub underscore title. Rather than using web development, we can say app development. Okay, so this div tag I will copy it again, which is getting closed, and try to use one more. So div underscore service underscore item, again images, I'll say service 3 instead, service image, and here I can say online certification. Online certification. Okay, so like this, all the 3 div tags are getting closed now, and after that we will start. Meanwhile, let me check. So these image sizes are pretty big, so I just want to make them small, but initially they are okay. Okay, you can see we have got our services. Okay, so you can see like web development. So image sizes are pretty big, which we can make them small to cover up the way they are supposed to, but this we will be doing it a little later on. Let's go ahead and talk about the complete HTML portion which we want to complete it now. Okay, so till online certification we have taken. So also the 3 div tags are getting closed. Now here onwards, we want to start the another div. Okay, with this div, we want to say class equal to we want to use contact us. We want to say contact us, and here ID equal to contact us. Let me try to wrap it with this single quotes. Okay, and here we use this h1 tag. Within this h1 tag, we say class equal to title here, and here I say contact us. Contact us. Okay, that is for the first h1 tag. We are using it now. After that, let's start with another div tag. With this div, we want to use class equal to form underscore wrapper. Okay, div class equal to what? Form underscore what? Wrapper. Div again. Okay, class equal to form underscore what? Input, and here we say the input tag. So it is input tab equal to what? A checkbox for me. So I would like to say text instead. Input tab equal to what? Text, and just say remove the name and ID and say placeholder equal to email. Okay, so this div tag is getting closed. After that, I can also use, so for, I would say subject as well as for message. I copy this form input. So once again, placeholder subject, and once again placeholder equal to what? Message. 3 options, we are using it right now. Okay, div. After this, once it is over, we would like to use another div tag, div class equal to btn, and within this I want to use some anchor tag, a href equal to hash, href equal to what? Hash, and want to use submit. Okay, that's it. Now you can see we have got these 3 properties are coming up at the end, but certainly we can go back and try to fix those images which are there behind the scene. Okay, using what? The style. So first important thing is we have got these images with us. What those images are, if we just check here, we have a call def service item. Okay, we have a call what? Def service item. So that we want to change it, but before that I will go back to my style, and after this h1 span we want to use for dot about. Okay, dot service, we press enter, service, or I can say services. Here we talk about dot contact us. We also talk about dot our team. Okay, so these four properties we are trying to use it by saying text align, center, and padding 5%, 10%. Okay, now we talk about services. So we're saying dot services. With the services we can say background white smoke. Now we would like to provide the div services where we have these options with us. We say dot div underscore services. Here margin top 35 pixels. From margin top we are saying after that display we are selecting is called type flex. Also justify contents of type space between for div services. Now in this div services we may get many different type of options. Okay, this is the first div service. Now in the same option dot div services space we talk about div services underscore item. Okay, and here we want to say width 30%. Okay, now I copy the same in this div services item. So we want to use image part. That is the most important area. Here we say width 100%. Okay, and margin button. Okay, margin bottom 25 pixels. Okay. Okay, now you can see this images looks pretty nice. Yeah, looks better. So that's how you see your websites are really creating some difference compared to the previous one. Now they're aligned properly, and you can see here these images are really nice. Okay, that's the benefit. So we have this, let me call this. Yeah, and once this image part is closed, we would like to talk about h3 part. Let me copy this item, and with this item we say h3, and this h3 we say color, tomato, and margin bottom we say 15 pixels. Okay, for this h3. And when it comes to this text boxes, certainly you can change the look and feel how you really want it. So for this you can say dot form underscore wrapper form underscore input. Okay, form wrapper form input we say margin hyphen bottom 15 pixels. Okay, for form input. Now in a similar line, form input we may have a for text area input text area, and in this text area we want to offer some of the details, like I'm talking about, like in width we talk about padding. Let's talk about like in width I'm saying 250 pixels. Okay, we say padding we say 12 pixels and 20 pixels. We talk about height 80 pixels. We talk about resize. We talk about none. We say border. This border we say 1 pixel. Solid and white. This is for this, and in a similar one I can use it for the text box. So form colon input, whatever we have used it, form wrapper, form input. So let me copy this. Okay, form input, and here we say input equal to type of text. So what combination you'll be using? So I'll be using width, padding, and border. Copy. I need width, padding, and border. Height and resize, we're removing it. And awesome. So they look pretty nice. Okay, so we have this 3 text boxes with us, and all are looking nice the way we are expecting from our application. Okay, so that's the one which my application is offering about this text area and all. So that looks really nice the way we are expecting right now. Okay, so what are the areas we have seen? Div services, item, and everything whichever we were saying like this. So let's go back and check my index.html file. So we have a call form wrapper, which is the outermost. Okay, you see now here it contains lot many things. So here in my program, when I see like form wrapper, okay, form underscore wrapper dot form input, and talk about like the other details, talk about like input type equal to text. You see like the border is like that. So if you want to have this border some different color, then certainly use black. Now you can see it looks pretty nice, because earlier it was looking like pretty much different. Now at least I can see here that location has been given. Okay, so going back towards the previous HTML page, so we had a call submit button with us. Okay, after this all 3 div tags are getting closed, and now onwards we would like to start working with theme details. So we are saying div, so div class equal to our team, and id equal to team again. Okay, and now we want to use this h1 tag. Here this h1 tag we say class equal to title, and here I say our team in a h1 tag. Now once it is over, we will use again another div tag which having class equal to our team wrapper, our team underscore wrapper. Now within this div tag, we want to use one more div tag. Here in this class equal to team underscore or team hyphen 1 space team. That is the div tag. Now here we will be using a lot of other div tags inside this, like I say div class equal to team members, okay, and data hyphen name equal to, you can give any name. Let's give the name call Kisley space k. Okay, and within this I want to use one image tag img space src equal to images slash team1 dot jpeg. Okay, so that's the first thing. We have it. So this div tag is closed now. I copy the same. So total, I want to use this 3, 1, 2, 3. And here, team members, I would like to change the name here rather than Kisley. Let me give the name called Abhijit, and one more that is called. Okay, and change the name to 2 followed by 3. Okay, so this is the first div we have used it. So this div tag is getting closed right over here. Along with this, so the second div tag is getting closed. So after having this two div tags closed, we want to use another one. So for team2, okay. So I just copy the same. Okay, I would like to go ahead with team2 team. So team members, and here I would like to say 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, and change the name. Like, you can give anything. I just give the name call. Suppose Aryan, Adarsh, and so these names we are using it. Now let's go back and see how it really looks. So these images are coming like that. Okay, so we want to use those images in somewhere not like this or horizontal or vertical. So this, for fix that issue, I have to once again look back to where? To my styles. Okay, where this option can be used in better way. I like to go back to my style.css and want to use the first option called .hourly. Background, sorry, background. Now here we say white smoke. Now again our team wrapper. So in this I would like to say display flex and flex direction space between. Oh, sorry, column. Let's check how it really looks like in. There's no much change, but certainly few more classes can really make a difference. So our team, okay, underscore wrapper. Let's check this is the same name we have used it. Yes, our team. Now in the same way we want to use this team. So again our team wrapper, okay, dot team display flex and justify contents space between. Okay, now here when we talk about team, we also want to say our team underscore wrapper dot team underscore members. Here we would like to give width how much? 30%. And height, this will be auto, and here we'll be having cursor, pointer for sure, and overflow, hidden, and position relative. This is for team members. Now you can see it looks better now. Now we have to basically divide those because we have got separate team members are available, so we have to also divide them too. So here after this we want to say dot our team wrapper, and again dot team members space img. These images we say display block width 100%. Okay, height auto. Okay, transition or transition I can say or type all, like this. Okay, and in a similar way copy this team and we'll say members over image. Here we can say transform scale 1.1. That's it. Okay, so we have this look and feel appeared. Okay, width, transition, image, hover, so they're all ready with us. Okay everybody, so after writing all those, the only difference I made it like I had used hyphen but I'm using underscore here. Finally when I see my look and feel of this, I can see now it is moving. You can see now it is all moving. Okay, so that gives me the confidence of like, yes, exactly the code is working the way it was expected earlier. In my index.html file, okay, so once this portion is over, okay, we want to go ahead. So 3 div tags are getting closed, 1, 2, and 3. And here we would like to start working with a footer. So here we start footer. So within this footer, I say class equal to footer. Okay. Now after this, I use container div class equal to what? Container, and again div equal to row. Okay. Now div class equal to row, again another div equal to footer hyphen col, call footer hyphen column. Now let me use h4. Within this h4 I say company. Okay, after this we want to use this ul. Within this ul, once again I want to use some link items, list items. Within this list item, a equal to, so this href tag we want to say http. Okay, we have already used the simplylearn.com URL here. Let me copy this, come down, https simplylearn.com. Rather than resources, I can say about us, about hyphen us, and here we say about us. So it is getting closed. So I copy this line again. Okay, so one more thing, I want to use it, link href equal to hash, and here we will say our team. Okay, after that we want to offer the careers, so we say and we want to use careers. Here reviews and say Ali when you speak. So this is the detail of this. So the UL tag is getting closed, and after this UL tag is getting closed, uh, we want to use one more div class equal to footer hyphen column. Okay, I copy this. It is getting closed here. Okay, so div class equal to footer hyphen column. So rather than using company, we want to use discover. And here in this discover, we say simpleland.com, and here we have this option called skill up hyphen free hyphen online hyphen courses. Okay, so here we will give the name called skill up. Okay, after this we have this called careers. We say resources. We remove this. Resources. Here we can give the name called resources again. Resources. We have a called tutorials. Tutorials. We say tutorials here. So like this, we can create as many number of URLs as I want. Okay. So once it is over, let me copy this again. And here, footer column, we say follow us. Follow us. Or else we can say this option name called work with us. Work with us. In this work with us, we can have some options with us in UL. Remove this too. In this, we would like to say guest blogging. We say guest blogging. Guest blogging. We can say blog as guest. Blog. Guest. Another link which I have it here, that is called become our trainer. Here we say become hyphen our hyphen trainer, and we say become an instructor. Okay, so like that you're offering it, and once it is done, I can copy it once again this div and provide few more footer hyphen column followers. Okay, and followers, we would like to use another div. Okay, we say div class equal to social hyphen links, and this div tag will be closed later. Okay, div class equal to social links. In this, I can have some facebook.com and twitter.com and many more names I can take it. So here in our div class equal to social link, here I will not be using any UL here. I will not be using any li here. Okay, so I'm closing this UL and li. closing this URL and li. Well, simplylearn.com, or else we can just give the name called twitter.com. Okay, twitter.com/simplylearn. Okay, so we can offer the user to follow us on Instagram also, or to the Twitter also. So here we say ahref, but what we need to give it, so we can say twitter.com/simplylearn. We remove this values whichever we have it, so instead we use this I. Okay, and in this I say equal to fa-twitter. Okay, anchor tag is closed. So in case if you want to talk about like an typical Instagram, that Instagram also you can use it now. So here we say http www.insta we say instagram.com, okay, /simplylearn __ e-learning. Okay, and I want to use the same option there also. I and with this remove this. Okay, so here you just give the name called fa-Instagram. Now let's go back and check. Okay, so you can see now we have got this links coming up for Facebook as well as what of this Instagram. So that looks really nice. That gives us a feeling of yes, exactly the code, the way we are looking forward for, it is working the way it was expected. Okay, and if you want to offer any other type of details, that also you can offer, but this is the first thing which we have taken. So this is the navigation links are available. These navigation links you can also change the way they always look forward for. So I'll be providing some links which we can later on use it. Okay everyone, so finally we're all ready. So I have basically added some of the additional styles to my code. You can see here from this point onwards, we've added this image URL. This is for body, this is for star, container, row, UL, this is for footer, this is for footer column. So because we are also using some footer portions into my code, as you can see, we have called footer column and footer class equal to what? Footer. So I've implemented this footer background color equal to black. We have used it padding 70 pixels, footer column because we are using this h4 tag also. You remember like we're using this h4 tag also. So for all h4 tags, this would be the basic setting. For footer column h4, before we would like to give the contents like this by giving this background color, height, box sizing, width, and all. Footer column UL li not last child, we're gonna give this margin bottom, and this is the style for footer column UL li and list items. Clear? And here you can see this font size we're giving it. This is for hover. This is for footer column where we have our social links whichever we have created. So it is showing me the display inline block, margin, border radius, and this is for social links when I try to click on or hover it. So the color will change to this white color. And the media, this is for responsiveness to make sure like in case if I reduce the size of my browser, they look better the way it is expected. So when the line size will change to 720 pixels, so this color will be changed. And this is the styles for arrow, footer one. These all we have implemented. And finally, my application, when I refresh, it actually looks like that. See now, this is the footer area of my application. So I'm sure that this looks even more better and convenient, because when I try to reduce the size, you see now it's still going to give you the responsiveness. Can you see this now? This is going to give you the responsiveness. Reason because here we are using this logic for media. When the change of width will to 720 pixels, if it is going to 767 pixels, so like that you implement that. So guys, our project is now ready. I'm sure that you enjoyed. Thank you very much for enjoying this project. So final, our application is set and our application is working the way it is supposed to work for us.
HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It is the most widely used language for developing web applications. It was created by Berners-Lee in the year 1991, but it was published in the year 1995. HTML4 was a popular breakthrough version and got published in the year 1991. This version gained a lot of popularity and was adopted all over the globe for developing web applications. So without further ado, let's get started with the interview questions based on HTML. So the first question, what is HTML? HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language and it is the language of the internet. It is a standard text formatting language used for creating and displaying pages on internet. HTML documents are made up of the elements and tags that format it properly and display it on pages. So we have our next question now. What are HTML tags? So the answer for this question is, HTML tags are used for placing the elements in a proper and appropriate format. Tags use the symbols greater than and less than to set them apart from the HTML content. The HTML tags need not to be closed always. For example, in case of images, the closing tags are not required for an image tag. Now, followed by the second question, we have our third question. What are HTML attributes? The attributes are the properties that can be added to an HTML tag that change the way the tag behaves or displayed. For example, an image tag. An image tag has src attribute with which you can use the source from which you have to display the image from. Now the attributes are added right after the name of the HTML tag inside the brackets. The attributes can only be added to opening or self-closing tags, but never in closing tags. Now followed by third question, we have our next question. What is Markup in HTML? Markup is used for scrolling text on a web page. It scrolls the image or text up, down, left or right automatically. To apply for a Markup, you have to use Markup tags. Now we have our fifth question. How do you separate a section of text in HTML? We separate a section of text in HTML using the below tags, which are the break tag, paragraph tag and block quote. The break tag is used to separate a line of text. It breaks the current line and shifts the flow of the text line to a new line. Followed by that, we have the paragraph line. The paragraph line is used to write a paragraph of text. And third one, the block quote. The block quote tag is used to define large quoted sections. Now we have our sixth question. Define the types of lists in HTML. So we have the three types of lists in HTML, which are the ordered list, unordered list and definition list. So first we'll discuss the ordered list. The ordered list uses OL tag and displays elements in a numbered format. Next we have the unordered list. The unordered list uses UL tag and displays elements in a bulleted format. Thirdly, we have the definition list. The definition list uses DL, DT and DD tags and displays elements in the form of definition like a dictionary. Next we have our seventh question. How do you align list of elements in an HTML file? We can align the list elements in an HTML file by using indents. If you indent each nested list and further than the parent list, then you can easily align and determine the various lists and the elements that it contains. Now we have our eighth question. Differentiate between ordered list and unordered list. So the answer for this question is, an unordered list uses UL tags and each element of the list is written between LI tags. The items are displayed as bullets rather than numbers. Now coming into ordered list. So for creating an ordered list, you'll be using OL tags and each element inside the list is written using LI tags. The list items are displayed using numbers rather than bullet points. Now we have a sample on the screen right now. So the first three elements are a set of unordered lists which are represented using bullet tags, and the second set, which is the coffee, tea and milk, is an ordered list which is represented using numbers. Now moving ahead, we have the ninth question. How do you display a table in HTML web page? So the table in HTML can be created or displayed using the table tag. So it also uses to manage the layout of the page, for example, header section, navigation bar, body content, footer section, etc., etc. So given below are a list of HTML tags used for displaying table in an HTML web page. So we have table, tr, th, etc., etc. Table is used to define a table. Tr is used to define a row in a table. Th for header. Td for a cell. Caption is used to define a caption, and we have the call group, which is used to specify a group of one or more columns in a table for formatting. Next we have call, which is used with call group element to specify column properties for each column. Next we have tbody, which is used to group the body content in a table. Next we have thead, tfooter, which are used for header content and footer content respectively. Moving forward, we have our 10th question. How do you display the given table in an HTML web page? So the answer for this question is written on the right side part of my screen. This is the sample code which you can use to represent or display a table which is given in this particular format over here. Now followed by this we have our 11th question. How do we insert a comment in HTML? So the answer for this question is, we can insert a comment in HTML by beginning with lesser than sign and ending with a greater than sign. For example, as shown in the right side part of my screen, which is hello world. Now moving ahead, we have our 12th question. How do you insert a copyright symbol in HTML? So you can insert a copyright symbol by using ampersand copy semicolon or ampersand hashtag 169 semicolon in an HTML file. Now moving ahead, we have our 13th question. So what is a white space in HTML? So the answer for this question is, an empty sequence of space characters is called as white space in HTML. This white space is considered as a single space character in HTML. White space helps the browser to merge multiple spaces into one single space, and so taking care of indentation becomes easier. White space helps in better organizing the content and tags, making them readable and easy to understand. With this, let's move into the 14th question. How do you create links in different sections within the same HTML web page? So the answer is anchor tags. We can use anchor tag along with referencing through the use of hashtag symbol to create several links to different sections within the same web page. Moving ahead, we have the 15th question. How do you create a hyperlink in HTML? So the answer is, we can use anchor tag. Again here the same thing. We can use anchor tag to create a hyperlink within the HTML that links to another web page. The hyperlink can be added to images too. Now moving ahead into our 16th question. Define an image map. So the answer for this question is, an image map in HTML helps in linking with the different kinds of web pages using this single image. It can be used for defining spaces in the images that are made part of the image mapping process. Moving ahead, we have our 17th question. Why do we use style sheet in HTML? A style sheet helps in creating a well-defined template for HTML web page that is both consistent as well as portable. A single style sheet template can be linked to various web pages, which makes it easier to maintain and change the look of the website. Now the 18th question, what is semantic in HTML? So the answer for this question is, semantic HTML is a coding style. It is the use of HTML markup to reinforce the semantics or the meaning of the content. For example, the semantic HTML B tag is not used for bold statement as well as I tag, which is not used for italic. Instead we use strong and EM tags. Now followed by the 18th question, we have our 19th question. What is SVG in HTML? So the HTML SVG is used to describe the vector or raster graphics. SVG images and their behaviors are defined in XML text sheets. It is mostly used for vector type diagrams like pie charts, two-dimensional graphs in an XY coordinate system. Now moving ahead, we have our 20th question. What would happen if there is no text between the HTML tags? So the answer for this question is really simple. There would be nothing to format if there is no text present in between the tags. Therefore, nothing will appear on the screen. Some tags, such as the tags with our closing tag, like image tag, do not require any text between them. Now followed by the 20th question, we have our next question. How do you create nested web pages in an HTML? So nested web pages basically mean a web page within a web page. We can create nested web pages in HTML using the built-in iframe tag. The HTML iframe tag defines an inline frame, for example, which is displayed on the right side part of my screen. You can see the iframe source, which redirects the user to SimpliLearn's official web page. Now followed by that, we have our 22nd question. How do you add buttons in HTML? So we can use the built-in button tag in HTML to add buttons to the HTML web page. So on the right hand part of my screen you can see the implementation of button to an HTML web page. Now followed by 22nd question, we have our 23rd question. What are the different types of headings in HTML? So the answer for this question is, there are basically 6 types of heading tags in HTML which are defined with H1 to H6 tags. Each type of the heading tag displays different text size from another, where H1 is being the largest and H6 is being the smallest. So on the right hand part of my screen you can see the implementation of heading tags from H1 to H6. Now the output for this particular code segment is the H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. So you can see that H1 is being the biggest one and H6 is being the smallest one. Now moving ahead into our 24th question, how do you insert an image in the HTML web page? So the answer for this question is, you can insert an image in the HTML web page by using the following code, which is displayed on the right side part of my screen. You can see we have a image source is equals to tulip.jpeg, which is used for inserting an image into your HTML web page. Now our 25th question, what is the alt attribute in HTML? Now the answer for this question is, the alt attribute is used for displaying the text in place of an image whenever the image cannot be loaded due to any technical issue. So basically when you have poor internet connection and you're trying to load an image, you can see some sort of text in place of an image. So that particular text is nothing but the alt attribute. Now moving ahead, we have our 26th question. How are hyperlinks inserted in the HTML web page? You can insert a hyperlink in the HTML web page by using the following code, which is present on the right side part of my screen. You can use the anchor tag along with hrefs, and inside that particular tag you can use the URL to which you want your users to redirect to. Now followed by this we have our 27th question. How do you add color to the text in HTML? So the answer for this question is, you can add color to the text by using the following code, which is present on the right side part of my screen, where you can add red color and blue color, green color to this particular paragraph and headings. Now followed by 27th question, we have our 28th question. How do you add CSS styling in HTML? So there are 3 particular ways to add CSS to your HTML. There are inline CSS, external style sheet and internal style sheet. We'll discuss each of these methods in a bit more detail. First we have the inline CSS. So it is used when less amount of styling is needed or in cases where only a single element has to be styled. To use inline styles, add the style attribute in the relevant tag. Now moving ahead, we have the external style sheet. This is used when the style is applied to many elements or HTML pages. Each page must link to the style sheet using the link tag. Now we have the last one, which is the internal style sheet. It is used when a single HTML document has a unique style and several elements need to be styled to follow the format. Internal style sheet is added in the head section of the HTML page by style tag. Now followed by this we have our 29th question. What hierarchy do the style sheets follow? The answer for this question is, if a single selector includes 3 different style definitions, the definition that is closest to the actual tag takes precedence. Inline style takes priority over embedded style sheets, which takes priority over external style sheets. Now our last question for the session today. How do you add JavaScript to an HTML web page? So the answer for this question is, we basically have 3 methods to add a JavaScript to our HTML web page. They are inline, script block and external JavaScript file. First we'll discuss the inline. You can add JavaScript to your HTML elements directly whenever a certain event occurs. JavaScript code can be added using attributes of the HTML tags that support it. Now the next one, that is the script block. You can define a script block anywhere inside the HTML code, which will get executed as soon as the browser reaches to that part of the document. This is why script blocks are usually added at the end part of the HTML documents. Now the last one, that is the external JavaScript file. You can also add or import the JavaScript code from a separate file and keep your HTML code clutter-free. This is especially useful if there is a large amount of scripting added to the HTML web page. So this session will be about become a front-end developer. So let us begin. We are going to discuss the things you need to know to become a web developer. First, we will start with basic skills which every web developer must know before moving into more advanced web frameworks. Then, we will understand what React is and why it is so popular. After that, we will go through another web framework called Angular. Then, we will also get to know about a comparatively new front-end framework called Vue. In the end, we will go through the front-end developer salary trends, which will give you an insight of the job market. So without further ado, let's get started. First, the basic skills. Let us understand what basic skills are required to become a web developer. There are a few recommendations in that you must learn for either path. These are the common things every programmer should know. The first one is the GitHub. So Git is a free open source version control system that enables collaborations in a particular project. It is designed to handle both small and large scale projects. Git is a tool used to save code and create different versions to better manage the feature updates in the product or an application. So followed by the GitHub, the next important thing we have is the data structures and algorithms. A data structure is the location used to store and organize data. An algorithm is a collection of steps to solve a particular problem. Learning data structures and algorithms allow us to write efficient and fast computer programs. So followed by data structures and algorithms, we have the text editor. Get familiar with the text editor of your choice. Visual Studio Code is the top choice for most of the web developers, and my personal choice too, because of the large support of languages and, of course, the speed. The text editor is where you write all your code and the terminal is where you execute it. So followed by the text editor, we have the command line. The command line is an important tool to get familiar with. It is how you run your code after writing it on a text editor. The better you are on the command line, the more efficient you will be as a developer. So followed by the command line, we have the HTTP and HTTPS. The HTTP protocol is the backbone of the internet. It handles requests and responses from a web application. It is mandatory for a web developer to have good knowledge of both HTTP and HTTPS in order to build fast and responsive web applications. Now that we know what basic skills are required to become a front-end developer, let's discuss about the most popular front-end library, that is the React. Now, what exactly React is? So, React is a front-end JavaScript library used for building beautiful user interface components. It is an open source, meaning it can be used in your commercial projects without any restrictions. It is also component-based, and these components can be used again and again, promoting code reusability. It is an MVC or Model View Controller architecture. React is the V responsible for how the application looks and feels for the end user. Now, why should you learn React? React has always been in high performance as it uses virtual DOM rather in real DOM. So basically DOM stands for Document Object Model and is used by every internet browser for rendering a web page or an application. React can also be easily integrated with other JavaScript frameworks like Node.js, resulting in the development of a completely new web application including front-end and the back-end. It is comparatively easy to maintain large-scale applications written in React because it highly promotes code reusability and code readability. So followed by React, the next important thing we have is the Angular. We have an idea of what React is, but it is not the only framework used for building user interfaces. So now let us know about Angular. So now what exactly Angular is? Angular, unlike React, is a fully fledged framework for web application development, which usually does not require additional libraries for implementing additional functionalities like routing. It is also open source and backed by Google and is regularly updated, resulting in constantly improved performance and addition of new features. In terms of performance, it was pegged to be much slower than React, but with the recent versions, performance seems to be on par with React. Now, why should you learn Angular? Angular is one of the most stable frameworks out there. It is also the most complete, meaning you don't have the need to integrate with other frameworks since it pretty much includes everything for the web development of a complete web application. Angular, backed by Google, is safe choice for using in long-term projects since it is not going anywhere anytime soon. Angular is obviously used by Google for its web applications and also used by other large-scale companies, creating a lot of job opportunities. Now, followed by Angular, the next one we have is the Vue. Now that we know quite a bit about the two popular front-end frameworks, namely React and Angular, let's now go ahead into Vue and learn a bit more about Vue.js library. Now, what exactly is Vue? Vue is a lightweight and open source progressive JavaScript framework used for developing interactive web user interfaces. It is meant to be integrated with other libraries to develop a complete web application. Like React, Vue.js is mainly focused on the Vue part of the web application, and hence it's a bit faster when compared to Angular, which is a complete web application solution. Vue.js is commonly referred to as Vue and pronounced as Vue.js, or Vue is rightly so. Now, why should you learn Vue? Any beginner web developer can easily understand Vue and start building their own web user interfaces. Like React, Vue also uses virtual DOM, resulting in better performance, and it also uses the component-based code design, promoting code reusability and code readability. Vue.js has become popular in recent times, and many companies are starting to use it, owing to its lightweight performance and easy integration with other web libraries and frameworks. Now with this, let's move into the next section where we will discuss about the front-end developer salary trends. Now that we know what skills we need to become a front-end developer, let's now have a look into the salary trends of a front-end developer. Front-end developers are always in high demand since new web applications are launched and managed continuously. There are generally offered generous salaries across the globe. The salaries also depend on the factors like frameworks, skills, and the work experience. The average salary of a front-end developer in India is 5,06,000 rupees per annum. The average salary of a front-end developer in United States is $76,929 per annum. This session will be about web development roadmap in 2021. So let us begin. Assuming that you know what web development is, the roadmap is divided into 3 sections. The first section is all about the common skills which every web developer should know, while the second and third are about front-end and the back-end development, the main areas of web development. So you can either learn front-end or back-end or both, depending upon your choice. So if you want to become a full-stack web developer, then you have to learn both front-end and the back-end. There is no escaping there. In the end, we will also go through the salaries of web developer. So without further ado, let's get started. The first one, that is the common skills. Let us understand the basic skills that you require to become a web developer. There are a few recommendations in that you must learn for either path. These are the common things every programmer should know. The first one is Git. Git is a free and open source version control system that enables collaboration in a particular project. It is designed to handle both small and large scale projects. Git is a tool used to save code and create different versions to better manage the feature updates in a product or application. The next one is the data structures and algorithms. A data structure is a location used to store and organize data. An algorithm is a collection of steps to solve a particular problem. Learning data structures and algorithms will allow us to write efficient and fast computer programs. Followed by data structures, we have the text editor. Get familiar with the text editor of your choice. Next, Visual Studio is the top choice of the most web developers, and my personal choice too, because it has a large support of languages and of course the speed. Next, text editor is where you write all your code and the terminal is where you execute it. So followed by the text editor, we have the command line. A command line is an important tool that you need to get familiar with. It is how you run your code after writing your code on the text editor. The better you are on the command line, the most efficient you will be as a developer. So followed by command line interface, you have the HTTP or HTTPS. The HTTP protocol is a backbone of the internet. It handles the requests and responses of a web application. It is mandatory for a web developer to have good knowledge of both HTTP and HTTPS in order to build a fast and responsive web application. So followed by common skills, we have the front-end developer. Front-end development is all about developing the user interface and its interaction with the client end. Let's go ahead and look into this field of web development. There are a few things that you must know for becoming a front-end developer. Let's discuss these things. So the first one is the web development basics. It is necessary to know the basics of web before moving on to programming languages. Next, you should know stuff like web applications, protocols like HTTP, and web development in general. So followed by web development basics, we have the HTML and CSS. HTML and CSS are the backbones of any website. HTML provides the structure while CSS provides the style to make them visually appealing. Mastering these two technologies is a must to become a front-end developer. Browser in the end renders HTML and CSS on the web page regardless of the technology used to develop that page. Followed by HTML and CSS, we have the JavaScript. JavaScript is an extremely important technology that every web developer should learn. Most of the popular web frameworks like React.js and Node.js are built upon the JavaScript. JavaScript makes the web applications alive by adding interactivity and dynamic updating of web applications. Followed by JavaScript, we have the TypeScript. TypeScript can be considered as an extension of JavaScript. Angular uses TypeScript as its base language. It adds type safety to JavaScript to catch errors in the development phase. It also helps in developing object-oriented code for JavaScript. So followed by TypeScript, we have the Angular. Angular is a web framework used to create single-phase applications. It is backed by Google, therefore learning Angular is a good choice for a modern web developer. So followed by Angular, we have React.js. React is a popular library for developing fast and responsive web applications. It is backed by Facebook and quite popular because of its simplicity and performance. It allows you to create reusable components that can be used to create modern web applications. So followed by React.js, we have Vue.js. Vue is like other front-end frameworks that is used for building user interfaces. It is comparatively easier to integrate Vue with other libraries or existing projects. It is a newer framework, but it has really picked up speed last year and being adopted more. Now followed by the front-end developer, we have the back-end developers. So back-end development is more about caring how application works and ensure that it keeps running smoothly. Let's go ahead and know more about this field of web development. There are a few things that you must learn for becoming a back-end developer. Let us discuss those things. So the first one is the Node.js. Node.js is a JavaScript runtime built on Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine. It allows you to develop a complete web application using JavaScript. It is best suited to be used for web applications in conjunction with JavaScript frameworks like React.js. So followed by Node.js, we have Python. Python is a popular language used in various fields of tech applications. Django is a backend framework based on Python used for server-side scripting. It is also known for its speed and efficiency. Python is also an easy to get started with programming language if this is your first time coding. Followed by Python, we have Java. Java has been the most used language for a long time. It is primarily used for backend development. You can either use core Java or Java with Spring Boot for high-performance backend. Next we have Ruby. Ruby is a dynamic programming language that focuses mainly on simplicity. It has a syntax that is very easy to read and close to English language phrases. The web framework Ruby on Rails is popularly used for developing backend systems. So followed by Ruby, we have PHP and MySQL. PHP, although treated as a hard-to-learn language, is still the easiest way to write server-side code. At least 50% of the internet runs on PHP and MySQL. MySQL is the most popular database for storing data of a web application. Now, followed by the backend developer, we will enter the next important stage of web development roadmap in 2021, that is about the web developer's salary trends. Let's now have a look on the salary trends of a web developer. Web developers are always in demand since new web applications are launched and managed continuously. They are generally offered generous salaries across the globe. Salaries also depend on the types of web developers. For instance, full stack developers are paid more than the front-end and back-end developers. The average salary of a web developer in India is 3,86,000 per annum. The average salary of a web developer in the United States is $68,524 per annum.
I'm sure you've all heard the phrases software development and web development. And I wouldn't be surprised if you use them interchangeably or even mistook a software developer for a web developer. Well, let me break your bubble. They are different. Today's topic of discussion is software developer versus web developer. So moving ahead, who is a web developer? Now, a web developer builds and maintains websites and other web applications. He takes web design and turns it into a website. Web developers are responsible for how a website or web application looks and functions, from its user interface and page layout to back-end systems for gathering data. A web developer is expected to collaborate with clients, stakeholders, and organization leaders to design unique and engaging websites for businesses, non-profits, government agencies, and anyone else who's looking to communicate more effectively online. So diving a bit deeper, a web developer can specialize in different areas based on their skill. You have the front-end developers. Now these are experts who are in charge of how websites and applications look and function from the user's perspective. Next, there are back-end developers who focus on the technical aspects of websites and web applications that support both basic and advanced functionality. Now, they largely work on administrative components, which include databases, website architecture, application logic, creating new APIs, and user interfaces based on predefined specifications. And lastly, there are full stack developers who are professionals responsible for the development of an application from start to finish. They specialize in both front-end and back-end of the application development. Typically, a web developer should have good skills in various frameworks and markup languages like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React.js, Angular, and database management systems like MongoDB, and backend tools like Node. So I hope this helped you understand who a web developer is, some of their responsibilities, and their basic skill set. Next up, let's understand who a software developer is. Now, software developers are responsible for creating more complex applications and programs for computers and mobile devices. They create, conceptualize, program, document, test, and upgrade software and their components. Software developers invent, manage, and optimize computer programs that run on desktops, laptops, smartphones, and other mobile devices. These computer science professionals write complex code that governs how desktop applications function. They also specialize in troubleshooting code bugs, updating user interfaces, creating new tools, and much more. Just like web developers, professionals in this field are often categorized into specific roles based on their specializations. We have the application software developer and the system software developer. Now, an application software engineer is a professional who focuses on designing specific desktop and mobile applications, tools, and games for consumer audiences. And a system software developer is largely concerned with designing systems-level software for enterprise customers rather than the public. the software they develop is used to manage corporate network apps, database management systems, and other critical infrastructure. Talking about their desirable skills, they need to be proficient in programming in the field of JavaScript, Java, C#, PHP, Python, and Ruby. They must also have a good understanding of operating systems, network, and database management. So now, moving on to the main topic of discussion, software developer versus web developer. First, let's compare the two based on their prowess or area of expertise. A software developer is associated with developing products that can be run on multiple systems. This product could be any kind of software. Their area of work includes requirement analysis, planning, coding, testing of applications, implementation, deployment, and maintenance. Talking about web developers, they are responsible for the development of websites. They are also expected to follow the process of the software development lifecycle while building their products. Next up is the type of product. Now, a software developer creates programs for standalone desktop or mobile platforms. On the other hand, a web developer takes care of the web framework, server-side functions, API integration, and the business logic. The third point of comparison is product compatibility. Now, software development applications are compatible across multiple operating systems or platforms. The web applications, on the other hand, are designed to be compatible across multiple web browsers. Next up is the learning curve. Well, software engineering never focuses exclusively on coding. However, you should know at least a couple of languages and a deeper understanding of how they function. Some of the languages that you should be proficient in include Java, C#, Python, and some of its libraries and frameworks, JavaScript, and Ruby, among others. A web developer should be familiar with markup languages like HTML, CSS, JavaScript libraries and frameworks like React and Angular. He should also have a good hold of backend frameworks like Python, Django, and Node. The next parameter is the job title. Now, there are different job titles for these professions. Some of them for software development are software developer, software engineer, junior software developer, senior software developer, and a software architect. On the other hand, a web developer could receive titles like front-end developer, back-end developer, full-stack developer, or just a web developer. Now, of course, companies have discretion over assigning these job roles to their employees. Lastly, let's look at the job outlook and salaries. Now, the job growth projections for software developers are even more optimistic than those for web development roles. Alongside promising job growth, software developers also have higher salaries than other IT professionals. Now, the average salary of a software developer in the US is around $76,000 per annum. And the average salary of a software developer in India is around 5 lakh Indian rupees per annum. For a web developer, the average salary in the US is around $68,000 per annum, and in India it's around 4 lakh Indian rupees per annum. Now, I'm sure you must be confused as to which one to choose. Well, to be frank, it's just a matter of preference. If you have strong knowledge of data structures, file systems, algorithms, source control, operating and network systems, then software development would be a better choice. But if you have creative ideas for websites, love designing them, have a good understanding of HTML and CSS, and ultimately the knack to integrate your design ideas to create responsive user interfaces, then a web development role could be a good career path. Then web development could be a better career path to choose. Today's topic is web developer versus a web designer. Now, it is extremely common to get confused between a web developer and a web designer. Now, these roles are used interchangeably given their names and dependency on each other. However, there are a few differences among them. People aspiring to get into web development often ask me which role is suitable for them, or rather where do they fit in, or what has to be done during the process of web development. So I've particularly kept this session clear to clarify all your doubts and provide an insight into both web developer and web designer roles and their responsibilities. So let's begin. First, let's look at what's in store for us. We'll first look at what web development is. Then we'll understand who exactly is a web developer. After that, we will have a look at what web designers actually do. Moving ahead, we'll compare between web developers and designers to give you a greater insight into both the roles. Then we'll look at the current salary trends of a web developer and a designer in the tech industry. And lastly, we'll conclude with deciding which role to go for. So without further ado, let's get started. What exactly is web development? So web development is the process of building websites and applications for the internet. Now keep in mind that web development and web design is seen as different fields in most of the use cases, even though they collaborate together to provide the end result, that is the web application. So the web development can be broken down into 3 layers, that is the client-side coding, which includes the front end. Then you have the server-side coding, which is the back end, and then you have the database technologies. But who exactly is a web developer? Now that we know what web development is, let's understand this. So here are some of the technologies used by a web developer. There's HTML for web layout, CSS for web styling, JavaScript for making web applications more responsive and interactive. There's React.js, which is a JavaScript framework used for front-end development. And then there's Node.js, which is a JavaScript framework again used for server-side development. There's MongoDB, which is a database technology for storing data for web applications. And then there's also Angular, which is another front-end development framework based on TypeScript. Now there are many other technologies like PHP, Java, Ruby, etc. And these are most commonly used by all the web developers. But you might be wondering who a web developer is. Now the role of a web developer is to build and maintain websites. He also takes a web design which has been created by either a client or a design team and turns it into a website. Now web developers are also responsible for building a product that meets both the client's needs and those of the customers and the end users. Web developers collaborate with stakeholders, clients, and designers in order to understand the vision. A web developer also has to perform specific tasks. However, these responsibilities may vary depending on whether they're working as a front-end, back-end, or a full-stack developer. Generally, full-stack developers specialize in both the front-end and the back-end. So let's go ahead and know more about each type of web developer in this field. Now there are basically 3 types of web developers. There's the front-end developers who build and maintain the client side of an application. Then you have the back-end developers who work behind the scenes and manage the services of a web application. And finally, you have full-stack developers who manage the project workflow and work on the required features of a web application. Now let's look at each role in detail. First up, when it comes to front-end developers, they usually code the client side of a web application, while the back-end developers build and maintain the services needed by a web application behind the scenes. And then you have the full-stack developer whose prowess is in both front-end and back-end development. Now, front-end developers convert the design into a real-life application using HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. Back-end developers, on the other hand, ensure that the web applications keep running smoothly. And full-stack developers supervise the development and guide on best practices. Front-end developers ensure responsive and adaptive user interface for your applications. Backend developers manage services like API, data storage for the web application, and so on. And full stack developers know both the business requirements and the user interface requirements. Now let's go through the skill set of a web developer. The skills that a web developer must have are HTML, that is the markup language for building web page layouts, CSS, which is the style sheet for styling the HTML elements in a website. There's JavaScript, which is a scripting language for bringing web applications to life by making them more interactive and responsive. And he should also know front-end frameworks like React, Angular, Vue that help in making the client side of applications look better and speed up the development. Moving on, you have the backend developer skills. There's PHP, which is the backend language that helps in maintaining all the work that happens behind the scenes in a web application. And then there's Python, which is a very popular language used in various software development fields. It is used to handle server-side tasks in web development. Then there's Java, which is one of the most used languages for software development and therefore is also used in backend development by developers. And then there's database management. So databases like MySQL and MongoDB are used for storing data for web applications. Now full stack developers have skills that cover both front-end and back-end development of a web application. Therefore, they manage the workflow of a web application development environment. Moving on, who exactly is a web designer? Now here are some of the technologies used by a web designer. There's Adobe Photoshop for image editing and web design. There's Adobe Illustrator for working with vectors and scalable web elements. Sketch for designing user experience for web applications. Adobe XD, also used for user experience design of web and mobile applications. Adobe InDesign for marketing campaigns like banners, posters, and magazines. There are many other technologies like Adobe, After Effects, Blender that are used by web designers as well. But you might be wondering who exactly is a web designer. So a web designer is one who plans and designs the layout and other elements of a website or an application. He performs digital retouching along with image editing or video editing in some cases. Web designers are responsible for designing a product that meets both the client's needs and those of the customers and end users. He also designs products that are user-friendly, appealing, and visually effective. The design is preferably modern and also easy to use at the same time. So let's go ahead and know more about the design role. Some of the popular design roles include web designers, who design websites and its elements. There's UX designers or researchers who are responsible for the user experience of a web or a mobile application. There are multimedia specialists who specialize in handling media for web applications like images and videos. And then you have game designer, which is another role that employs similar tools as that of web design like Adobe Creative Cloud. Now let's look at each role in detail. A web designer designs the look of websites and its elements. A UX designer designs and prototypes the look and feel of web applications and mobile applications. A multimedia specialist handles media requirements like editing, images, videos, etc. And then you have the game designer who designs the props and characters of a game for various platforms. A web designer typically uses tools like Adobe Photoshop and Adobe Dreamweaver. A UX designer uses tools like Adobe Illustrator, Sketch, Adobe XD. A multimedia specialist mainly uses Adobe Creative Cloud, which includes Photoshop, Illustrator, and After Effects. And then the game designer uses tools like Adobe Illustrator, Autodesk software, Blender, and Unity. So let's go through the skill set of a web designer. The skills that a web designer must have: Adobe Creative Cloud. This is the industry standard software for web and multimedia design. A web designer must have an imaginative mindset to design modern web elements. A web designer must also be creative enough to make the app look visually appealing. He must also have the ability to give attention to detail for minor features and improvements in the web or mobile applications. Some of the other soft skills include communication skills, collaborative mindset, and patience. So now let's make a detailed comparison between web developer and a web designer. So to summarize, we've put together a table for you. So a web developer builds web applications using languages like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, while a web designer designs the web applications using tools like Adobe Photoshop or Sketch. A web developer frequently uses JavaScript frameworks for more streamlined development, while a web designer uses Adobe Creative Cloud for most of the design needs. A web developer should possess good coding skills, while a web designer should have good graphic design skills. Web developers have to keep themselves up to date with the latest web frameworks and libraries, while web designers have to keep themselves updated with the latest design trends and color palettes. So going ahead, let's look at the industry trends. Web developers usually have a trend of earning more than the web designers. Still, it depends on how well you perform in your particular job role. So if you're good in web design, you might actually earn more than a fellow web developer. So the average salary of a web developer in India is around 3,90,000 rupees per annum. The average salary of a web developer in the United States is around $68,000 per annum. The average salary of a web designer in India is around 3,60,000 rupees per annum, while the average salary of a web designer in the United States is around $53,000 per annum. So, moving to the most important question, which one should you choose? It is really a matter of preference. If you have a creative bent of mind and enjoy using good-looking web and mobile applications and also enjoy designing them, then I would suggest you go for a web or a UX designer role. If you have a technical background like Java or Python and you're interested in bringing the designs to life, I would suggest you go for a web developer role.
And with that, we come to the end of this full course tutorial. If you enjoyed watching the video, do give it a thumbs up, comment your doubts below and our experts will answer them for you. Thank you so much for being here. Watch out for more videos from us. Until then, keep coding and stay tuned to SimpliCode.